ladies and gentlemen.
برستيجة من فوق برستيجة من فوق برستيجة من فوق وفريق اليلا اي سبورتس يصعب من فوق على اللاعب بطل نوك داون.
Welcome everyone back to the first Super Weekend, day 2 of the PMPL Arabia Spring Split, and I am here, your host Hannah Wolf, joined with the wonderful Imperium, as well as our beautiful partner once again here, Imperium, Opera Renault 6 Series, where you can get upgraded performance and upgraded fun, should I say. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Renault 6 Series, the designated smartphone for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. But we have to say something straight away, Imperium. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Yesterday's day 1 of the first Super Weekend was interesting. We saw some teams step up off the back of the league play, and we saw some teams kind of drop off a little bit. This is where the kind of points really start to count, right? You've got the $1,000 per chicken dinner, which of course adds up to the players' bank accounts. You've got the points required leading into the league finals, which are going to be very important for some of the teams who are clearly down a little bit towards the bottom of the standings. But it's another day, another set of opportunities for all 16 of these teams.
All 16 of these teams, but we've got to go jump in onto one of them real quick here, Imperium, with our interview from NASR.
معنا حمزة من فريق نصر ايسبورتس. حمزة كلمنا عنك واحكي لنا كيف الأجواء قبل بداية البي ام بي الموسم القادم.
اهلا بك ستارفول. الحمد لله الاجواء مستقره في الايام هاي مع الفريق، وان شاء الله صار شويه تغييرات تكتيكيه هتفيدنا في البطوله، وراح تشوفوها في البي ام بي ال وبأداء النصر العالي كالعادة.
حمزة، هل في تغييرات تمت على الفريق بالنسبة لهذه السنة مقارنة بالسنة اللي مضت؟
أكيد صار في تغييرات، سواء تغييرات روستر أو تغيير إنه الفريق صار يلعب الفترة هاي بدون كوتش رسمي، وصار شوية تغييرات في الشق الهجومي للفريق وبس.
حلو. هل ده معناه ان عندكم توقعات معينة الى البي ام بي الموسم القادم؟ عندكم توقع معين؟
احنا متوقعين انه المنافسة على الصدارة صراحة، وانه نكون رقم صعب في البطولة. كنا ننافس في البطولات السابقة بس كان يصير سوء تقدير، وكنا نجيب مركز رابع مثلا بالتو بي ام بي ال على التوالي. فاحنا مصرين الموسم هذا ما تطلع عن التوب 2 ان شاء الله، او توب 1 توب 2.
يعني نعتبره ايه هدف الاساسي لفريق نصر ايسبورتس لسنة 2022؟
الهدف الاساسي هو البي ام جي سي، زي هدف اي منظمه كبيره او تيم كبير زي تيم نصر، لانه الفريق تعب واجتهد وان شاء الله بوصل.
يا رب ان شاء الله. بالنسبة للوصول يتطلب لتحضيرات، دي تحضيرات، النوع التحضيرات اللي قمتم بها قبل بداية الموسم القادم للبي ام بي ال.
التحضيرات كانت هي عباره عن تغيير 2 من الروستر. هذا الشيء صار عندكم معلومات عنه، تم تاكيده، وصار في تحضيرات ثانيه من ناحيه انه زياده وقت التدريب. الاجتماع في بوت كامب راح يكون قريب جدا، الشباب هيجتمعوا في تركيا، وشويه تحضيرات تعتبر من اساسيات بناء اي فريق اللي يحضر لاي بطوله جايه زي البي ام بي ال، وان شاء الله نكون جاهزين.
تمام، ان شاء الله خير. موفقين يا رب يا حمزة، انت فريق نصر ايسبورتس.
يسعدك حبيبنا صار.
حمزة، في شوية أسئلة تانية عن الأجواء يعني خلف الكواليس بالنسبة للفريق. الفريق حاليا بيلعب بدون كوتش، صح؟ ممكن تحكي لنا عن الوضع التكتيكي حاليا بالنسبة للفريق؟
تمام. بعد اخر بطوله اللي هي البي ام بي ال سيزون 2 خرج، كان معنا الكوتش زيرو وخرج من الفريق بعد البطوله دايركت، لانه حسينا انه الفريق صار بمرحله تلخبط من ناحيه تكتيكيه. فاحنا وجدنا انه اللعيبه عندهم المهاره والخبره والمواصفات الكافيه انهم يديروا نفسهم في نفسهم، وهذا ما راح نعتمده في البطوله الجايه. ما هيكون في كوتش رسمي، بس الشباب اشتغلت على حالها بانها تعطي كل خبراتها لتحقق اللي راح يحققه اي كوتش ممكن يحققه في المينا. فحسب المتواجد، طيب احنا راح نلعب بدون كوتش، بس خبرات الشباب هتغطي الموضوع هذا.
We're welcome back to, of course, PMPL Arabia Spring Split 2022. We just heard from NASR there, Imperium, but I'm telling you something. I'm looking back at that intro to us, and I saw the moves of that PUBG mobile mascot, and I was like, I wish I could jump like that.
Yeah, they definitely do. But that interview was interesting, Highland Wolf, because they spoke about not having a coach. And
Yes.
I think that's going to hurt them massively across their 2022 season. Coaches are such an integral part of most esports. It's why when you look at other titles, they're not only coaches, but analysts are involved in the creation of a team and the development of a team. You need that coach. You need that person outside of the game that's going to be a little bit of a overview. That kind of not necessarily non-egotistical person, but that's going to be able to equally say to the players, hey, you messed up on this, you messed up on that, you did well on this, you did well on that. Because if you leave it to the players doing it to each other, it creates bickering, it creates arguments, and that worries me about NASR. It might not show now, but 4 or 5 months down the line, if they don't get a coach, it could really hurt their potential of qualifying for PMGC.
Yeah, and especially the synergy as well, though, Imperium, more so, as you said, throughout the months coming into that PMGC later this year. But to get all the action from this tournament, though, we're going to be heading into the format and, of course, of what to expect in the Super Weekend. So we had all our leagues play on the first 2 days here in Imperium. Now we've got a super weekend, 3 weeks of it, but the first week here, 3 days per week. And the top 16 teams that we've got playing from the league play this week, heading into 5 matches per day. We've seen them already play 5 matches, and I think obviously the big introduction here is the fact that we are introducing Sanhok into that mix here, Imperium.
Yeah, introducing Sanhok for the first time was more than interesting, to say the least. It was a natural Sanhok-esque overall performance, but it was won by Rico Infinity, 27 points that got in the first Sanhok game of the PMPL Arabia. Will they be able to follow it up? Looking at the schedule, it's pretty standard stuff. Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel. The important thing that I'm looking at is the fact that the teams need to be able to take advantage of the fact that it's the same 16 teams in the lobby for all 3 of these days in the first Super Weekend. Compared to the league play, where obviously you're just wanting to be in the top 16, but in this Super Weekend, you don't need to worry about a different group entering into the fold. You've got to be able to look back in that VOD review, take note of what you did right, what you did wrong, how teams rotated, how they didn't rotate, and adapt to get a stronger performance in today's games.
And it's all about that homework. You took the words right out of my mouth there, Imperium, because that's what we got to do the study of. And I think heading through from yesterday, when we saw, I think, some surprises we could see in who actually was overall on top. And Rico Infinity Esports taking that first spot with 71 points. So quite a fairly dominant performance, we could say, here. And 2 chicken dinners already earning themselves $2,000 from that chicken dinner money alone.
Yeah, really good stuff from Rico. The double chicken dinner, game 1 as far as I know, and yeah, game 4 should I say, out of 5. They were big points earned. However, in between that, they had a 7, a 5, and a 2. So there was that little bit of lack of consistency. Yeah, okay, Stalwart also only had kind of 2 decent games, but they also had a 9-pointer in there, which I consider just a little bit more effective if they continue that trend on up. The 2 teams that I really want to highlight, even though they're only in 7th and 8th, is Rad and RTG, because they both had 3 solid games, especially Rad. 10, 13, 14, 3 in a row. I love to see that consistency.
And that's what we're looking for, but unfortunately can't say the same, though, on our teams as much from the 9th to 16th position, where Nigma Galaxy, I think, was the biggest shocker for me on their performance. So dominant in that first 2 days, but also to see more so a lot of the other big teams that we expected from the league play to be higher than where they are.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Nigma. They bookmarked yesterday with 2 14-point games, game 1 and game 5, but in between that it was a 4 and a 4 and a 1, so definitely really not the best start for them. YaLLa is another big surprise. I saw them coming into this Super Weekend and really putting up a strong performance. And NASR, who we saw that interview, I you know, to plant the seeds per se, are the cracks beginning to show? They said they've changed a couple of things. They said that they've adjusted between the roster and otherwise, but it's not working as of right now. In the first day of the Super Weekend number 1, is the pressure getting to them? Is the lack of coach hurting their ability to really perform in these games? It's just nice to plant those kind of seeds.
Yeah, I think you saw that as well on the second day of NASR, where they only actually scored very few points compared to their day 1 performance. The reason why they were so high in that league play was because of all of those points they were getting in that first day.
Yeah.
Even if we count aside the chicken dinner, they did manage to earn on that second day altogether. And now it's to see, can those teams that we expect to be at the top, like NASR, Nigma, also Falcons and YaLLa in amongst that mix, can they move up now in day 2? Because we need to see that improvement overall in the performance. It's been the newer teams now into this league that have been impressing us slightly more.
Yeah, to an extent, for sure. Another big surprise in a bad way is Dunak Esports, down on a total of 12 points from their first 5 games. They have some very experienced players in their roster. Quite experienced, like more experienced than some people think or might not be aware of. and they should be easily into the top 10. But what's important for those 1 million esports, KURD 12, and I would say 963 to an extent, is they need to be aware of the cushion they want to build at the end of the first super weekend, right? How many points they can extract, because there's absolutely no guarantee that they qualify for the second super weekend or even the third super weekend. I talked about it yesterday when I was commentating with Zute. It is about building up a big cushion, so it makes it just a little bit easier, or takes just a extra bit of pressure off on you coming into like the final couple of days, or obviously the final super weekend should you qualify for it. So really, I'm looking at 1 million, KURD 12 and Dunak to really step up in today's 5 games.
And I think especially the psychological part of that being too, in you said quite rightly, the pressure getting to them. Well, if they're not building that cushion, then that cushion only gets worse when it comes to having a fear of, we have to make it in on that second week. We have to make it in on this third week as well. And that can affect ultimately the rest of their results in that second and third week down the line. So as you say, it is now down to, I think, particularly this being the most important day in the middle of the super weekend to be able to get those points, because you're again avoiding that pressure from the third day to have to get those points in the first super weekend too. But I think also the other team that really surprised me, quite frankly, coming out of the first day, was KAMIKAZE.
Yeah, KAMIKAZE, it was more the last 2 games. And that's definitely a good thing. 13 and 31, currently the highest scoring result so far in the PMPL Arabia Super Weekend. But 1, 4, and 6 in the first 3 games. I'm kind of holding back a little bit with KAMIKAZE. Could that have been just a lucky couple of games? I'm not saying that's guaranteed, but
True.
I'm just saying I want to wait a little bit to have a bit of a bigger picture on how KAMIKAZE played. But I'm glad you pointed them out.
Yeah, I think definitely it's a consistency overall that we want to see transferred from that first day to the second overall. And you can see, I assume these are our highest kill players of the Erangel map itself. And you see Ida up there in 12 kills overall in the highest damage, respectively, again coming through from Rico Infinite's team. No surprises, considering they were the first team. But what isn't a surprise either is that playing path, Imperial. Straight down the middle, and I'm looking to see a zone hopefully matching, have a little bit of an entrance way into our 5 games today. We still got Sanhok after all for craziness.
We'll try not to curse the circles too much. Yesterday's 5 games, believe it or not, Highland Wolf, out of yesterday's 5 games, Sanhok was the nicest when it came to the circle shifts. That's how
now that's rare.
The circles were in all of the other games. We had some big, hard circle finishes. But this phase 1, it's touch wood, touch all the wood you can. It's not too bad for the a little bit to the
I hope
west,
you're not jinxed it.
I you know what? Probably I have, but still I have to touch upon it. It's a good phase 1 circle.
Yeah, now you're looking to see it end in around Ruins and Watertown. That's where we're looking at now, Imperium, because you've said that in the first phase. But hey, regardless,
considering what we saw yesterday,
is that nice?
Yeah,
that's a statement and a half. Well, there you go. I mean, to be fair, we have seen also this zone 3 times now, actually, in the tournament already, in around this first phase so far. So actually, I think that these teams, it's not only a nice zone, but it's especially, as we mentioned, about that homework idea, about doing that revision of your other opponents in these games. How have they played this zone before? Because you've got 2 previous matches to see that, and I don't expect, as you can see, with the map already, these players scattered around a lot more, to see them in these fights as much early on.
NASR Esports have a 2-2 split across school and apartments. Is a good part of this phase 1 to be in for the time being. They will want to be aware of the fact that the likes of RTG, Falcon, 963 are all going to be around them. So I'd recommend that they kind of in some way disengage a little bit earlier from school to begin with. But one thing that I've noted is RTG split is one of the most unorthodox split drops I've seen in any PUBG Mobile tournament, they have like 2 players on the western edge of Yasnaya and 2 players in Rozhok. I don't see teams pull that off. It works in this tournament. I don't think it would work in many other tournaments, but the fact that it does shows that they have the confidence and they have the maturity to be able to lead that split drop. It's all about now how they play from it.
Yeah, I'm slightly concerned. I mean, we saw already the danger of having that wider split. Yes, it can get you that more loot early on. It can give you more established control in terms of information of your surroundings. But again, equally, you can just see one of your players knocked out within the first few minutes of the game, and then that'd be down to a trio for the rest of the match. So it is down to how they play it on overall the positioning, and be careful more so because they are more split than the rest of these teams. I'm more looking towards actually an interesting split towards that more bridge side of things. You've got actually, as we mentioned, splits Revolution, 3 of those players down on the South Island. Again, Al-Haji taking that coastline. We've seen this work before to an extent for Revolution, but I don't think it carries across to Revolution being able to show that dominance that the other teams have already on mainland Erangel.
I really like that 3-1 split. The obvious fear being that they know KONQUEROR go towards Ferry Pier, kind of coastal line, split drop. Twisted Minds, they drop in farm. Stalwart UAE, they go towards Milta. Having that one player as an anchor point in the mainland means that there's a little bit less pressure for the rest of the team to move across early on, because they have that player gathering information. They have that player as an anchor point. If Al-Haji goes down early, then it's a bit of bad news for Revolution playing into mid part of the game. But for the time being, it's a big choice that they pulled off, having Al-Haji up in the mainland, and I really hope it works out for them.
I'm wondering actually when you see some of these teams around them, as you said, start to maybe pick off Al-Haji because they are doing this 1-3 split, and seeing, well, we've got a free player who cannot be accessed by the rest of his team and be able to pick up that kill if you go for him together. I think the only problem with Al-Haji being almost in a way out of the way from these other teams players, so that does protect him for the meantime. I think the rest of this map, you are looking at the other end of that spectrum. Again, Rico Infinity having that high shooting range Severny side to themselves, and then having all of that roaming and all of those choices from Yasnaya to, even as we said, towards Everest and Ruin side, all to themselves.
There's a decent cluster of teams building up on that eastern side of the circle. Falcons, Stalwart UAE, you have 963, Twisted Minds a little bit, although they're safer down in the south, albeit with a bit of a split. Potato Hill is a good spot to kind of hold down in this phase 1, at least on a bit of a spread, because it gives you that elevated position overlooking the likes of Pachinki, school, apartments. But if obviously 2 to 3 teams take a similar path line at a similar time frame, we could see a couple of players being knocked off their vehicles.
Can see, of course, some of these players, some of these teams becoming one when they go together. 963, while Stalwart, they're not really wanting to unify just yet, and they will. Here, Stalwart secure themselves the underside of this farm, just below the hillside. 963 opting to try and go for that location, but do not get that. So they will have to search elsewhere, but we do have that hill up above for them.
NASR, on a side note, did disengage away from school and apartments. I wasn't expecting them to go deeper in towards the center of the circle, but I still do like the rebuild of the spread that they've pulled out for themselves. Falcon opens the door into 963, gets a knock. I don't know if that's going to be a confirmed kill. It is indeed. 963, they've been whittled down to 3. It's something that we've seen from 963 a little bit too often, where they get picked off, they're a little bit uncoordinated. Honestly, they're struggling in this PMPL so far.
Yeah, I think it's right. I mean, 963 looked like they were the ones pitting their Stalwart into the compound itself, and instead they lose one of the players, now having issues set to roam. This is where that really takes into detriment, because you are not only seeing Zuxi on themselves, but moving around some of these other players. And I think had Twisted Minds been more wary to look out of their surroundings, they could have even picked off Zuxi as well. And something to be careful of, as you say, in the future, considering that especially also in the fact that you have a lot of these other teams, as you mentioned, roaming all together in the center of this first phase already.
that's not a bad spot that 963 have put themselves in, but I can't help but feel that it's a reactive reposition rather than a proactive. Like on their rotation for phase 1, I gotta think they didn't plan to go there. Now that sometimes can definitely be the case, but it feels like, oh, we lost a player. Oh crap, let's just go
phase
deeper
1.
into his circle.
It's phase 1, right?
Seem to be like a, yeah, but there didn't seem to be kind of like a plan B, a plan C. It didn't really kind of look like it. And I'm also saying that based on what we've seen so far in the Super Weekend from 963, I'm hoping that mindset, or at least that attitude in terms of what I think of them, shifts. And I'm trying to keep my mind open, but it remains to be seen as we are getting their eyes onto phase 2. And it's a very healthy shift down south. Still a little bit military island in play, but I know for a fact Highland Wolf teams will be very happy with the fact that the river is outside of this phase 2.
Right, indeed. It is, however, going to be that shift down towards the south end, and now you do see all of that cluster around the center. That's what I'm nervous about, because yes, there has only been literally 2 kills gone so far over to each other. Well, 1, considering unfortunately it does look like Nigma Galaxy coming in as a trio, but you have to look also at the sense of, well, they are all clustered together. Now what do we do in phase 2 that is come towards us? Do we try to separate out further, try to utilize those more hills down towards the end of Quarry that are in equally play close towards the center? Or are we going to continue to try to stay around these more sketchy based hills and open fields of the center of the map?
Sometimes teams need to understand that you don't have to move when the next circle shifts. I love seeing how quick some teams can react to circle shifts, and I'll be the first to point it out, but sometimes teams overthink it. Sometimes teams think, oh, we have to move on a circle shift. No, that's not always the case. You can be in a good position, stay there for the next phase, especially when it's only phase 2, and then see where phase 3 pops up and be able to react a little bit cleaner, because if you do that, you're a little bit more on the back line, and you can technically have just a little bit more space around you. Plus, while other teams are moving in that phase 2, during that time, you're gathering information, you're staying focused, you're ready for a little bit more of a fight.
Still, these players are not looking for a fight just yet. Kansas even vote positioning for just that. Conqueror, they did take away, as we said, some of these hillsides towards the ferry pier, towards those hills of Quarry. But I also am interested in actually some of these players who we said need to come in onto that zone. Revolution, now also Rico Infinity, they are moving further forward into that zone. My concern slightly bigger though for Revolution, considering that because of this being a southern side shift, that bridge now going to be slightly more contested Imperium than had it been a northern shift and then Revolution get a free rotation on it.
As much as it initially looks like it, I actually disagree, because when you're the likes of Conqueror Iraq, you are not going to cut off your nose of trying to gatekeep or bridge camp one team to spite your tail of being able to focus on 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 other teams who are on the northern side. So this kind of shift, it doesn't really hurt Revolution at all. What I love about them is that it allows you to actually swap across the water of the mainland into Military Island. So at least they're going through the bridge as a full squad. That's really good decision making as a team. Good IGL call.
Yeah, especially considering that zone again did shift towards Al-Haji, and there is now that inherent risk of the coastal line being taken up. But I think also, as we do see, unfortunately, one of Rico Infinity 4 down but not out in around the rest of the fight. So you can see Arif and Co now also joining up. Dukan. They found one. You can see it right now, but that zone shift, you mentioned it, Imperium. That expression says everything. And now you are looking towards those hills, towards those, I think, higher ground places of Quarry, even to an extent on the side, to the western of that zone. That's where teams really want to be sitting. Because if they're not sitting, where else is there to sit in this zone in phase 3? It's exactly. A lot of the rotation that's going to happen from that Gatka Fields, and that's going to be the flat, dangerous zone that these teams go through. Yeah,
it's a very much kind of edge of circle type of phase 3 shift. pretty much a good 40 to 45% of that kind of set is flat. So you don't really want to commit to the center too deep. You don't really want to commit to the hay bales, to the field too early in this game. You're going to get shot 360 degrees all around you. The field to the south of Chopsticks is fairly open. It's 1 million. They're looking to defend against Falcon, and they're winning the defense.
Still though, Falcon, they do have that off-angle player. What dies is there, but he's being surrounded. Never alone. Will be first to doubt, and there goes another. 2 up for the 1million Esports crew so far, but they find a third. It's only looking more as they find almost all 4, and I think they might have just done that. Is there Falcons down to 1? They did manage to escape with one of those players, and that is only there because they weren't even in the fight, Imperium. It was a 3v4 situation there for 1million, where Falcons, that solo player of Damar, he's still just amongst the eastern end of that zone.
Yeah, it is what it is with Falcon. They chose to do what they did, and they paid the price down to solo. Looking at KONQUEROR, what they're going to be able to defend and focus on holding on to this Fair Hill. Now with the phase 3 shift going up north in the center of the circle, really less of a priority. This is where KONQUEROR can afford to look back a little bit and put a bit of pressure onto Revolution. We're seeing it happen right now. I'd like to see Rex from Revolution. He's right now scaled back closer to the bridge. He could maybe flank around to the more central of the Fairy Pier Hill position if he knows it's free, because he might not think it's free. But if he knows it's free, he could go there and get a little bit of a side angle onto the members of KONQUEROR Iraq and open that door for the rest of the team to push. But I understand why he's, at the moment, not doing that.
Still, phase 4 is on its way through, and I think the other real strength for that position right now was KURD 12, and they too having the high ground of the quarry itself, stopping a lot, as you said, of those rotations from YaLLa, from Rico Infinity, but they're going to have to move, because that zone is shifts all the way up towards the north side once again, and this zone, I was hoping that it would be nice, but it just feels like it's getting worse and worse with every shift. And then you are looking at those wider rotations. I think the western side is going to be very chaotic, but more of that east, that's where you're looking actually at Nigma. Can they try to pick off a lot of these teams with their high ground position they're coming on into and the information they're going to be gathering coming in further to this zone?
Still 59 players live. YaLLa Esports up as a full squad. Looking for RTG. The defense on that western edge, as you highlighted, is going to be so important. And the proactivity from YaLLa is there. They suffer 1 knock right after they trade against one of the RTG players.
Still, RTG though, they're not quite done yet. They're going to come with 1 knock into the other, they hope. As Volt, he steps up with a vehicle, drives further on in, only to find a nade into the face of his vehicle as him itself. Volt back down. Another nade though finds
so
it.
Bad.
And that'll be Volt down instantly on his own. Executed away by YaLLa Esports. And I think, as you say, right, where was the team for that aggression?
No, that wasn't a team fault though. That was his fault. The rest of the team were getting revived. Yeah. They were getting revived. So why push so deep when your team's getting a revive? It was so silly because he had no backline support.
Yeah. And instead he just gets grenade down. YaLLa, they take the kill, they go back into the zone, and they actually get that more free opportunities to actually fight Dukan now. But you wanted to see Dukan have this pop-off potential, Imperium. This is about as best as you can to do it in these opportunities. They've got a high ground on that western chaotic side of the zone. They're going to stop the rest of RTG. They're going to stop YaLLa. They're going to stop KURD 12 to an extent, depending on how they rotate in. And that's about how I'm focused. Now Can take these 2 to 3 teams. Can they actually hold a defense that we've not seen them do so far?
It's a mistake from YaLLa that they aren't pushing onto RTG more effectively. I know they lost Sanj, but when you scale back like that, you're only walking into more pressure. You're walking into more hassle and a bigger chance of getting third party. They should have taken that knock onto RTG and at least look to confirm that kill.
Still, They will only find themselves, as you said, in between KURDSQUAD Esports with the T formation, 3 on the front, trying to regress up to the top of this hill, but YaLLa giving them nothing so far. My worry, though, is YaLLa, the more time that this goes by, as you said, you're allowing here Ragnar as a solo to try fend off the full squad here of RTG as well. Not to mention, as we said, Dukan, there's nowhere for them to run but further into the zone. I think they could get there feasibly, but it's going to be a worrisome if they cannot clear out at least one side of the 3 threats that they've got. Rico Infinity losing another, though. A nade will go by the tree and will defend from the second. Twisted Minds not holding up just yet, though. Is now Rico look to push her forward. They find, yeah, the revive, but they found the nade already, and it's not going to be the case. They've lost one.
Dunak with the nades. Should I say, Bugors with the nades. My apologies. And now, Twisted Minds, it's what they do best, right? They play on the edge, they push on the edge, they're aggressive on the edge. They also need to be careful of the stray nades as Rokas gets knocked down and confirmed.
Bandar still walking forward, though, looking for the option to try pick out one of these Twisted Minds players on the top of the hill. Both of them not inside of that zone, though. Phase 5 did shift just slightly south to both of these teams, and it might be the call then that actually they take these smokes, they take the vehicles here, and rightly so, Twisted Minds are doing escape back into the zone. The position a lot more important here for all of these teams as they head further into what seems to be, quite frankly, a barren wasteland here in Imperium for our first game. RTG losing another. NASR going to be traded, though. Does RTG find one back? Actually, no. It will be Rico who strikes the kill.
The compound that KAMIKAZE has been in for the past 3 phases is still in the circle. They couldn't ask for better circle shifts. Of course, it's a lot more on the edge of this phase, so they need to think about really taking advantage of it. Stalwart UAE dealing with, I believe, K12 for the most part. Yeah, that's KURD12. They went for a bit of a crash, and other than easy being knocked down, it's easy for Stalwart UAE.
But can it hold it, though? Because they also have the other compound inside of this phase 5 circle. And in KONQUEROR, they will lose one. You've got a solo Damar, but KONQUEROR will fall first. 1 million there to help send them out. Stalwart still defending. You know exactly where Damar is. But the smoke goes back in and they've lost sight of him. Another of these solos as well. 963, I do believe, are rotating back further forward. They will survive the Wrath. As Falcons now out, down to 11 teams.
This is great for Stalwart. They're doing such a good job of picking players off, defending from the south. They don't really need to focus on the north, right? It's all about, because they know for a fact with the circle shifts, teams are more on that southwest, swinging towards the southeast. It's easy for them to defend, and they're doing such a good job of it.
But that nade, oh, it feels bad. They're through for YaLLa. They'll lose one just before we find a revive. 963 also now down. The solos are raised. Is KAMIKAZE. They have been held here for 3 phases, but now we've got to fight. YaLLa, as we said, they did lose one, down a game to 2. It's a full wrath of KAMIKAZE. 2 kills up for them. Ragnar and Powerful, there is nowhere to go, but KAMIKAZE also need to leave as phase 6 is centers up towards the north end. In RTG, now NASR, these are the teams in control of the circle.
KAMIKAZE can play this extremely well. Keep one inside the circle on the southwest as an anchor point looking at NASR. The 3 other players push in. Great play by Kanti. Opens the door, says, "Hi, peekaboo, I see you."
Finds the one. YaLLa down to a solo. Barely alive as well. They have to make the move, and I think YaLLa, they might as well just be extinct here. Yes, the first aid brings back Powerful.
Push.
Exactly. Right, they need to push, and they will. Dar goes in for the 1v1. Tries to find the information of Powerful, baits him out. But Powerful not going to go behind the crate too far. Now, looks for the kill. They almost find it. Won't confirm the knock through. That could be so bad for KAMIKAZE, but they aren't going to be punished. Finally, Dar will go down. Powerful finds the one. Ragnar still alive. And KAMIKAZE, they didn't push onto anything and actually have breached an entranceway here for Powerful. Stepping further forward. Kante won't allow it, though. immediately through the peekaboo window, finds the second, and YaLLa, it wasn't pretty, but they are out. And KAMIKAZE now can turn her focus onto Dukan, it seems, as they find a free other one. Goodbye, Dukan, and actually now even onto NASR.
Yeah, just KAMIKAZE wasted too much time at the end of the day, and now as the blue zone is pushing in on phase 6, they have a limited amount of time to get that open door engagement onto the members of NASR Esports. Twisted Minds, they disengage away from Rico Infinity. Now they're able to focus more on the kind of southeast area of this circle. Stalwart UAE push across. There's also 1 million inside this little eastern side.
Stalwarts, they're finding their fight, but they can't find a 1v1. Kato's still barely alive, but look at his own. It tickles him on the back end, and he's barely alive. Vigor's down as well. As the zone eats them up, and Stalwart, they won't survive, though, before them. As it will be 1 million. Another batch of kills to their name. And Twisted Minds, they only look like the third course. 10 already. We wanted to see this improvement from them. Yes, they're only 2, but they've actually got a massive side of his zone if they can pay off the extra kills onto Twisted Minds. Dami, shot down to half. Kato has been found, but goes back in onto the smoke. Trying to wrap around, but they cannot find it just yet. Jump in onto one, but they can't find it. Execute down. Gaga is just too good for them. But can they find a second? The shots from afar. Also from KAMIKAZE. It's Twisted Minds hopelessly trying to find their kills, but they cannot find any just yet. 1-1 now. As they go back in onto the shed. 20 in the clip. Is a reload. Look for even more, but they cannot find a shot. Gaga, he's missing it all, and now 1 step back, further forward, but they're both taken out by KAMIKAZE, and they say goodbye. When will it be, though, Imperium? The Twisted Minds, with all of them now down, KAMIKAZE move further in onto the zone, because NASR and also Rico, they are the ones with the control now that they have been given it by KAMIKAZE.
Ring around the rosy, pocket full of posies. We're down to 3 teams. NASR, Rico Infinity, and KAMIKAZE. I love that KAMIKAZE sent Conte down on towards the southeastern edge of the circle. He's going to be that little bit of an anchor point player, and he's going to get angles to possibly put pressure on both NASR and Rico Infinity.
NASR, they have 1 knocked. Reviving for the meantime is phase 7. Closes itself in. KAMIKAZE stealthily moving forward. As is that Nate almost finds him, moves further back. Another won't find it. Dar tickled slightly, but they have found themselves a new spot. Still got to move further forward. Dar going back, brave of him, as he might just walk into that nade. No, he won't. Will survive, but that one will hit onto NASR as Bandar finds Hassan, and it's actually the sandwich here is Rico Infinity. They are searching for this extra play with distraction. They found a knock, looking for the other. Bektika is holding the line.
I don't get why NASR didn't throw those nades towards Rico Infinity. I feel like they were a lost cause and a big opportunity missed up. They could have engaged a little bit more aggressively, a little bit more heavily onto the members of Rico Infinity that paid the ultimate price. Been put down to now just 1, now to 0.
Rico Infinity, well, at least as you said, they will clean it up. They'll take advantage of it. Sandwiched, unfortunately, NASR in third, but 9 kills here for Rico, and it's almost like they snuck in onto this zone. But KAMIKAZE, they're the ones with a higher amount of players in this situation, but we don't have the zone. They got to fight for it. They had the 1 knock already. The spray isn't going to trade back, and they've now lost 2, and it's a disaster here for Rico Infinity as KAMIKAZE. They're looking to secure the first game of the day, and it's only SK Ton to stop them, but he's not got the health bar to do it. He heals back up 75% of the way there. But it's KAMIKAZE 3v1. Have all the angles on top of him. Is face off. Patiently waiting. They know that Rico, they have to move in onto them. They now control the zone. KAMIKAZE and SK Ton. There is nothing to be done. There he goes. There he drops. And KAMIKAZE, they take the first game of the day.
Yeah, good execution for Kamikaze. I was very worried about them when it came to the YaLLa fight, how long they took. But afterwards, I gotta give them props. They executed that spread extremely well towards the south side. They waited until the likes of Twisted Minds and I forget who else that was fighting with them, and 1 million were kind of taken out, and then they sent Kante on that southeastern side. Just a little bit of a missed call from NASR. I don't hold it big time against them because we don't know what their communication and their sightlines really were. But I think it would have been, looking back for themselves, a bit of VOD review. They might realize that, oh yeah, we probably should have seen that a little bit better. Otherwise, a good game, and even Rico and Finny, they didn't have to do that much outside of Twisted Minds. Still second place, you take them all day long.
And I think it's a win at the end of the day, Imperium. But Rico Infinity, a big surprise there with 10 kills to the name. And it almost felt like, Rico, you didn't see them coming, but suddenly they've got double digits in kills and they're actually second place overall. 1 million, I think, the other big surprise, though, in that third position. They needed those points as well.
Yeah, very happy with 1 million getting the amount of elimination points that they got 12. I kind of low-key don't know where they came from because we didn't see too many of their fights. But hey, job done. Again, can't argue with it. Kamikaze, this is technically Highland Wolf a back-to-back. They won the final game of yesterday. They won the first game of today.
That's true.
I said that I'm going to wait a little bit longer. I'm seeing more of their potential, but I don't know why. A small part of me is still like, okay, hold back a little bit, Imperium. Let's see what else they can do. But they're definitely winning me over game by game if they continue in this trend.
They're like they're slowly getting there into your heart, Imperium. But I think
they are.
So many times we've seen it where teams will get 2, maybe even 3 chicken dinners, and then you see them another week, and that consistency just isn't there. So I think, as you say, I am also waiting to see if Kamikaze can then transfer this through the rest of the Super Weekend, still then into week 2, possibly even week 3 in the future. Then they can have my heart all day. Dunak as well, stepping in 7th position, and Revolution 8th overall on the leaderboard. Is, I think, overall, there were a lot of sponging of those points, and that's why you can see, even in that 7th position, down particularly to the second part of the leaderboard, very little points for a lot of these teams. And I think what that does to the leaderboard overall is it's going to bump a lot of these teams that we expected to be higher up on that leaderboard, or some of these teams that are struggling now into that middle of the pack, because those middle teams, they didn't get any points in some of the cases at all.
One trend that I've kind of noticed from more than few of the games in the PMPL Arabia is that we have 3 to 4 teams down at the bottom with 0 points. So it right now shows a bit of an imbalance of kind of a little bit of top-heavy performance. Yeah, okay, credit to the likes of $1 million who have at least kind of been able to break that duct of yesterday's performances. But even then, in yesterday's games, 1 million esports didn't get a 0-point game. They didn't do good, but they didn't get a 0-point game. The trend around kind of 3 to 4 teams getting 0-point games means that when you get to a more global stage, or let's say the regional finals, these teams that are doing pretty good right now might find it a little bit tougher. Just something, again, to observe.
Yeah, and I think, of course, when you do observe overall, I think that is the way of the region, though, Imperium. But a lot of these teams, very heavy on the kills. It's been the same inside of full split. And to see that transfer across, I am actually happy that we're seeing it through from some of these different teams, some of these newer teams that we were questioning coming in onto this first week. Do we have what it takes to take down the likes of Rico? Do we have what it takes to take down the likes of YaLLa and NASR, who performed so well? I think Kamikaze being one of those examples, very dominant so far in this Super Weekend, based on what we saw, particularly in their last 2 games of that Super Weekend itself. 1 million also stepping up were the bigger surprise for me, as we said, on that leaderboard. But to really take an eye on the standings, I still think they have to do more, right? It's about that consistency. Yes, you can get all of the kills in one game, but then we've also seen that also in PMPL Arabia, where they get everything in one match, and then the rest of the matches of the day, they don't get anything, really.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. And a team that kind of looking at a little bit of an opposite end of a team that really didn't do the best when I think they probably could have and should have was Revolution. I know they played on that kind of southern side, but I expected them to hit that point in the game where they kind of turned it up to 11 per se and got a bit aggressive, where we didn't see them do that, and then they kind of just died, and that's not like what we've really seen from Revolution.
As can see now, of course, our best off women solved the first match of Imperium. How I think KAMIKAZE really were able to sandwich through the rest of these teams and be able to come out with a win. I think it all started there, as you saw, with Dunak falling down and finding those players off the ends. Then actually it paved the way for KAMIKAZE. They had that building still in their hands for so long in that game, from which they were able to snipe out practically everyone until it was free enough, with Rico Infinity Esports even giving them the kills to NASR and getting them out of the way.
It was a good effort from Rico, but with the spread KAMIKAZE had closing out that game was just absolute easy peasy stuff. And yeah, once again, arguably strongest performance from KAMIKAZE that we've seen so far in the PMPL, because it was on Erangel.
Yeah, and I want to now see that consistency through in match 2 to be seen in the future, though. We're going to head to a short break and we'll see you there.
You know we got the squad with us.
We're back with the PMPL Arabia Spring Split 2022. Myself, Hannah Wolf, and Imperium. And of course, our beautiful sponsor, as always, the Offer Renault 6 series with upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Renault 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. Also, not to forget, our official streaming partner is Nemo TV, who brings you all of the loveliness that we can see on day by day of PMPL action. Imperium, we came off of that first game, KAMIKAZE, with the big fat win. Can they keep that consistency up, though?
Yeah, I want to see it to an extent. I don't, of course, need to see another chicken dinner. However, of course, that would be impressive. But the worst thing, and it's always something, you know, said to Zute, and I'll continue to say in events, because that's how the format of these kind of tournaments roll. And for the most part, following a chicken dinner up with a 0-pointer win is extremely painful, and it really messes with the head of players in the team. So following a chicken dinner with something like a 7 to 12-point game is super positive, like ridiculously positive. Yay! Again, if you can hit another chicken dinner, yeah, you go for it. But that 7 to 12-point mark off the back of a strong chicken dinner or a really strong performance it's a match made in heaven. Really, genuinely is. So yeah, KAMIKAZE, I'd like to see it in Miramar for this game number 2. In yesterday's Miramar game, they got themselves 1 point. So they could probably do better than that.
To be fair, though, I think when you're also looking at Miramar overall, you've got a whole different side of teams that are performing well compared to Erangel too. And that's something that we've got to know, is that we are playing on that different map. Yes, KAMIKAZE may be good at Erangel that we've seen so far, but when I'm looking towards Miramar, I'm thinking some of the teams that have performed already well there, Imperium.
Yeah, like with Miramar, I always regard Miramar as like the biggest competitive test for teams. So I want to see like Twisted Minds continue to keep up the good form. They won the Miramar game yesterday. KONQUEROR Iraq had a very good Miramar game yesterday. It was really their only good game of the day. So following that up would be also a little bit positive.
Of course, so what is positive is keeping track of all the action, though, Imperium, where you can find us all on our social medias below and jump in onto the conversation. Hashtag PMPL on that social media. Of course, through from YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and also TikTok, because that is the time already to be jumping in as it strikes 12 on Miramar. Imperium, it's getting hot and spicy.
Do you use TikTok?
I do not. I am
good.
How shall we put it?
That's
above
the
TikTok.
That's fine. That's all I wanted to know. I have a little bit more respect for you. I'll give you that one.
Thank you.
I also have respect for the plane path, as it's diagonal, starting from the northeast down to the southwest. It's pretty much like the perfect plane path in Miramar. Hoping phase 1 echoes that. I believe phase 1, the circle ended to the west of Al-Azhar in yesterday's Miramar game. An unusual spot, rarely seen on the north kind of east of the map. It was really nice to witness, of course. But again, for these teams, I'd love to see generally solid circle shifts. So I wouldn't mind something a little bit clean, a little bit easier for the teams.
I mean, you can be clean and easy, Imperium. I'll be down and dirty when it comes to these play zones, because I really want to see these teams tested on Miramar. Man, like I want to see them brutalized when it comes to seeing what has been the trend, quite frankly, of Miramar zones, where practically everyone has been fairly mean to these players overall. We've seen it all from, especially I think, even that day 2, where it ended up being around that Death Canyon between water treatment and half the end of the Patron, and how teams struggled again in that situation. But first phase, unfortunately to my disappointment, is just going to be another centered zone.
Yeah, so we're not really looking to see teams commit massively two super core positions inside this phase 1. Spreads are going to be quite vital, important for gathering information. Even right off the bat, CONQUEROR in that kind of graveyard split drop between that graveyard, Minas Generalis, is even to the Isla Bendita, is a great spot to hang on to in the very start of this circle. Two teams dropping in around Impala, though, that's less expected. K12 gonna steal the vehicles away from Stalwart UAE and make their way down to Port-au-Prince. So that was a bold move. It worked out, but it could have gone horribly wrong.
Look, bro, how bad does it feel when you're playing a game of PUBG Mobile Imperium and then you jump in onto the map and you see the vehicles, they're there, and you think, great, you know, it's Miramar, we've got the vehicles, we can traverse where we want to, and suddenly this opponent comes out behind a hill and steals it away from you. Now I've got no transport. How feels bad, man, is that?
It massively feels bad, man, but it's also a more important aspect of the game in a competitive setting than you think. What I love to see, and it doesn't happen all the time, because I suppose it doesn't need to happen all the time, is when a player will stop by a vehicle, drive past a vehicle, should I say, stop and shoot the tires out. That automatically stops another team getting it. That automatically makes you more mobile as a team, quicker than a team, and more able to react. So the fact that they took the vehicles away from Stalwart UAE means that K12 have way more movement and way more freedom and way more time on their hands compared to Stalwart UAE.
I just feel like when you shoot the tires out on a vehicle and you have the hope of getting finally the vehicle and you realize it's not got the tires, Imperium, breaks my heart, man. Breaks my heart when every time I look at it. I know. I had that one glimmer of hope that I thought I'd finally be able to have some ability in my game, but no, still on the crutches. Is like, looking down. Oh,
it's
tell
like
me,
thinking
what's it like?
You have food in your house and then opening your fridge and seeing it empty.
I know that feeling.
Like.
I know that feeling, Imperium. It's not a fun feeling.
And then you go, okay, I'll go and get food. So you go out to your car and someone's shut the tires out of your car. Oh wait, no, now I'm mixing up real life and in game. Okay, yes. Okay.
Does that happen? Does that happen in Ireland? I'm not sure. Does it happen in Scotland?
At least not where I live. I live in a pretty nice place. But I'm sure it happens in some parts of Ireland.
I'm sure it happens everywhere, some places. It's back to the game though. Of course, YaLLa up around Picado. And I'm actually really surprised though with YaLLa in Picado in this specific area, because I was betting my hat that through all last year we saw Falcons and YaLLa battle it out in Picado. And I am disappointed, almost just as disappointed, that we don't get to see that again, because that was a highlight for me when we got to see every Miramar game. Which way would it go? Would it be Falcons? Would it be YaLLa? And we saw sometimes some other teams jumping in onto one of them when one of them wasn't playing. And I think that, yes, is great for YaLLa and Falcons having maybe that more freedom and flexibility to move around in the early game of Miramar. But I'm still a lover of kills and of action myself.
Yeah, of course, I get where you're coming from, but I appreciate that Falcons have opted to move away and go for different drop spots in these Miramar games for sure. I don't really know why Revolution are committing so early to the San Martin Hill side, which is pretty much the dead center of the circle. They should know that Rico do drop in San Martin. And there's a bit of a risk around them going so deep. Again, it just takes away a bit of exit potential coming into phase 2, phase 3. It's good, at least for the time being, that they're generally spread out in the 3-1/2-2 as they move around together. All they're doing right now, though, Highland, is giving free information over to the Rico players, and that's why we're seeing Prestige take a couple of shots.
Revolution, I think they're willing to try maybe poke around at the fight. Harley, again the player. And I feel like I'm getting a sense, I'm getting vibes that Al-Hahi is one of these players that love to go out solo. And one of these players that love to do scouting for Revolution.
Yeah,
always
definitely.
on their own, whether it be Erangel, whether it be Miramar now, the rest of them as that trio. And again, I put the question, well, if you know this is the way Revolution play in the early game, why not try to punish it if you are Rico? Unfortunately, well, they can't because they just got a knock against them, and they can't pursue that anymore. That's the reason why.
But it's only phase 1, so there's no need for Rico to massively punish him. Plus, you got to think about the fact that when you take shots, other teams will hear where you are, and other teams might look for an opportunity to third party. For example, look at RTG. They moved down. They moved up, should I say, a little bit further up the hills onto the cliffside where Vito gets a bit of an oversight. That's why I really wasn't happy with how Revolution were playing that rotation so late into phase 1 and where they went to.
Unless you're me, Imperium, and you play with no sounds on PUBG Mobile.
Fair.
I mean,
hey, look,
I'm not sure that's a flex.
Well, no, like, I actually, not to be super serious off the back of what was, you know, clearly a little bit fun, I've talked to a couple of deaf gamers and players who obviously can't play without sound. And it's clearly tougher for them, but they still have fun. They still enjoy it. And I think it kind of allows for them to use their other senses a little bit more clearly. And yeah, it's kind of cool to see those kind of gamers play PUBG Mobile and still enjoy it as an experience along with others. But yeah, sorry, I got a little bit serious there as we're moving into phase 2, but I thought it was cool to mention that.
I mean, it's true, man. Like, if you can see everything better, you can see those little minute details on your phone because you just have the better eyesight.
Just a little bit aware.
I know, right? Just a little bit. You have that ability to then take advantage of that. You don't need to use the sound to be able to fire your gun as someone. And as that circle phase 2 will shift those central, seeing a little bit of movement, of course, some of these teams slightly further out than the rest. I am thinking, though, we're going to go on the trend, though, the ride of where no one dies for at least the first 2-3 phases, Imperium. I'm getting that feeling.
I don't know what Revolution are doing right now. They're just driving around as
teasing
Sunday morning without any real direction. I don't think they've any idea that RTG are up on that hill. Because Rex is looking to scale it. There you go. Rex gets caught out. And again, that's all because they rotated too deep. They got distracted by Rico. They didn't really stop and stay focused for more than 10 to 15 seconds. They had ants in their pants all through that phase 1 and into the start of phase 2. And I'm sorry, but they deserve that. They really deserve to lose players because they didn't really stop and stay focused.
Man, you clip that and rubber chickens. Oh, Imperium! My heart is lifted. Guess who's driving through? I called it. Falcons, YaLLa. They're here in Picado. Am I a god or what, Imperium? I have the future foresight.
Is it your birthday?
Above anything. I wish. That's not until the end of the year. We have to wait. We just had one.
Okay. Well, call it belated birthday present.
Thank you. It's only 8 months early, at least. No, 10 months early. But I like your ideas.
Yeah. I'm trying, man.
Thank you. Falcons moving up. Catan trying to find a flank actually here, but they've already lost Wadade. And YaLLa, they've got the upper hand, but immediate one straight back on to the rest of YaLLa itself, and we're back down to a 2 actually versus 3 situation as Falcons already lost one of their players. Stuck in between now, YaLLa. I think that YaLLa had previously rotated so quickly out of this compound in the past games, but they could try to steal their way past it. But Catan instead he's found other ideas as there's 2 angry YaLLa players looking at him, and he will just shut the door on them and go backwards back into his hotel.
On a serious note, I don't get why Falcons rotated into Picado like that. I can understand why they would think YaLLa weren't there, because I suppose you could argue YaLLa shouldn't be there as late as phase 2. But still, you don't rotate into a city like that. If you're going to rotate, you rotate around it, per se. And Falcons didn't even do that. So, honestly, just a big F of a rotation from Falcons. Just a really poor IGL decision.
Catan, he's on his own now. He's got to pay for it. He's got to pay the rent of the hotel that YaLLa do own now, as he only killed another one down to the solo. Keep in mind, Stalwart vote, Imperium, they are here as well. The third party Stalwart also do rotate past this area about 12 minutes, and we've seen that in the past, but we're going to go quicker into the action as Nigma already losing 2 though to Rad, as they'll pick up a double, and Hamodi is absolutely nowhere to be seen on the other end of that hillside, and Rad, they just clean up the 2v4 situation and say thank you very much for those kills.
Damn. Of course, phase 3 popped up while we were seeing the action in Picado unfold, and I appreciate that Stalwart UAE realized that there's no point in us staying there. It's not in a circle. We're not really going to be able to do anything about it. We hear shots, but if we move into the circle now, we'll be able to backstab from the players who are taking those shots later into phase 3. So good decision making and overall good perspective from Stalwart UAE and where they've gone to. It gives them a bit of an ability to spread out a bit, use those hills outside the compound to grab a bit more information, and even a cheeky knock up onto one of the 963 players, maybe a third party if NASR engaged, and of course YaLLa, who are still in Picado.
I think the Stalwart is a great position, but I wouldn't hold it. I think the Stalwart, there are some weaknesses. You particularly mentioned 963 right Imperium, that hillside, a big one, and depending on where that circle shifts, I wouldn't want to be Stalwart in the center of that zone if it comes to phase 4. 963 though, look at that one shot Hassan straight down into the dirt. That's what you love to see. Laza looking to find shots so from the other side. Is KURD12 also on the opposite end of that fight? Nade as well from Bandar, only going to clean up 1 million. There goes, unfortunately, 1 million's great streak coming into the game, though, is now down to 2 players, and I think it might just be 1 here, as they have sold out Jabal. Rado, they want that kill as well, and they are scaling on that mountainside.
Rad need to think about moving into the edge of the circle. They can still utilize that main roadside. Rico can't really do too much. Rico's still hanging around the power grid area. RTG are in a great position of this phase 3. Twisted Minds have had to do absolutely nothing in this game so far. You can see they're all on the lonesomes in a 2-2 split on the south side of this phase 3, and having Rokus on the other side of the road is just a beautiful anchor point for phase 4 should it continue to shift up north. Stalwart, to be fair to you, Highland Wolf, they kind of listened to you and maybe they realized, oh, we don't want to stay where they are. They initially sent 2 players into the compound they're now in, and the full squad has been sent there. That's a big shift up and towards the northeast.
Yeah, I think it's great because now you can see rightly so. My worry is that YaLLa are now there. You have 963 overlooking you at KURD12, also able to have eyes on you. There's a lot of threats coming from those different directions, and I think it's great that Stalwart made that heads-up play because now actually Stalwart, not only do they have the compound Imperium, but they control the road where all of those teams are going to then have to cross from where Stalwart just were. So that heads-up play, it buys them the extra few minutes, but it also potentially grabs them those extra kills if they can now take out Twisted Minds, who are joined up against them in Mexico. Is a boot. They seem to be caught out though when it is a slight split of decisions between here. Stalwart 2-2 and Twisted Minds, they just completely overrun them. Only losing 1. Kato still going to be revived, and Stalwart down to half. Down to 1 even. Is easy, the only one left.
I don't know for sure if that was a poor defense from Stalwart, but I do have to say that was a fantastic push by Twisted Minds. The whole squad went there. So clearly, it was an element of surprise onto the members of Stalwart. But now the Hunted, or the hunter, should I say, become the hunted, because K12 gonna look to breach on towards Twisted Minds.
And he can't back off either, because you see KAMIKAZE, they are also there. You've got Revolution in the way, also peeking over that hill if they go a bit further forward. I think Revolution back off, though. And it should be, hopefully, you assume this 1v1 in the teams. Is no one can afford just yet. 1 million. Rad in the kill feed is 1 million. Esports will fall down next. And KAMIKAZE, Dar, who was not previously, will be confirmed as well. There by KURD12. So they're going to pick up their first kill of the game too.
Revolution's final 2 players are in the bullseye of this circle. Dead center. Lovely nade being thrown out by Surprise. It's a happy birthday Surprise nade on towards Dammy. Knocks him down. Twisted Minds need to be aware. K12 looking to push in.
Please don't ever send me a grenade as my birthday prize, Imperium. I don't want that. Only in game of PUBG Mobile, please. It's Twisted Minds. They feeling it, though. That birthday prize, they want to send one back. It was almost the second one, though. They're all getting some. Zane barely misses a second knock, but look at a surprise on the back end. He is a surprise as he finds the second kill. And now KURD12 with the extra cleanup. It's only now 2 remaining. Trying to jump over the shot of the window is they try their best, but Twisted Minds, they cannot do anything about it. It's KURD12, a clean sweep of the TM crew.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, the big mistake they made was go for the revive onto Dammy. You gave those seconds away for K12 to push in. It was always going to be difficult taking a 3-on-4 fight, but if you actually take it, you're able to at least slow down and stop K12 in some way, shape, or form. By trying to scale back and making it a 4v4 fight, you gave so much time, so much of an advantage to K12, and they paid the ultimate price. Good push from K12, otherwise as the next circle does scale up north on towards the Picado Hills. Lovely shots from Revolution.
Beautiful indeed there is 963 with the help there, as you say, from Revolution, are able to silence down NASR. But it is still the team behind that they have their focus on. The revive did come through. Powerful and Sanji from YaLLa still back up. They've got the full squad, but look how split they are on the map. Ragnar all the way up to the top of that fight. He's going to be nowhere there to fight in here between 963. In that zone, another shift up north. Phase 5 is about to engulf him. 963 know all too well. You get caught in that, you'll be healing for the rest of the game. There will be no surviving past a Phase 5, realistically, without the vehicles. They get hot-tail it out of there. They try their best. Sanji trying also to get behind the rock, find the shots, but Messi is there to counteract and allow 963 in onto the other end of the road. Trying to 1v1, but Messi will fall. He's done his job. He gets 2 963 in, and now they have to make it further forward. And they will silence down even Hopin as well with the help of Revolution. 963 finish him off.
KAMIKAZE, Aziz, the last player up. Can he get the revive on Othman? Is it even worth the risk? I would highly doubt it. K12 now starting to scale the underside of the hill as a full squad. Rico Infinity still have a 4-man spread up and towards the northeastern edge of the circle. 2 in, 2 out. It's a good ability of control that they have leading into the next circle. But K12, they are doing such a good job in this game so far. A team that came into today, I believe, in 15th or 14th with a limited amount of points. I said they were one of the teams that I wanted to see pick themselves up and help create that big cushion so it becomes easier for them down the line. And they are doing it, Highland Wolf.
K12, you wanted to see this improvement from them because, as we say, they need these points. They need, as you say, to create that cushion for themselves. They have had these disappointing results previously in the PMPL, but they are showing up in this game. YaLLa, not so much, though, is how the top do fall. As KONQUEROR acts, silence them down, even Rio barely getting inside a dip to avoid the shots from elsewhere. But a zone, it goes away from everybody but the solo of NASR.
Although Rico Infinity, because of the spread they've had across the last couple of circles, they do have a little bit of an easier access. K12, although they have one player knocked, surprise, returns fire. That's the teamwork. That's the four-man push that K12 has shown all throughout this game so far.
The surprise has been amazing in this game, though. Now, even more kills to his name. They're going in as well. K12 trying to smoke out Smoker of the Final Revolution members here as they make the revive happen. QHT gets him back on his feet, and off they go, crazily running back in onto that zone. It shifted so high up to the top end. RTG eliminating out Nigma. It was also they swept around from the western side all of this time, Imperium. KURD12. They do need to push further forward though. Phase 6, it is beginning to move in, but that's the kills that you need. That is the knocks that you need, Imperium, to be able to get in, and they find exactly that. Badashani even gonna get the confirm on the kill.
That's the control you need to create. That's the push you want to pull in when you're trying to fight for the edge of the circle. KONQUEROR, I said they've done good in yesterday's Miramar game. This seems to clearly be their strongest map, and they're showing it. Still up as a full squad with 3 eliminations. Make that 4.
Oh, and they only rise with those 4 members. They take out KAMIKAZE down in 7th. That nade tickles away surprise. Ragnarok giving his position away, but he knows he has to defend. There's so much that nade almost landing, but gets back outside. That was a beautiful nade, by the way, to get inside of that building. Fortunately, comes to nothing though. Is Ramix also going to slide away for now, but I think that final shot, yes, it will find him. KONQUEROR trading 1 for 1. Is Reva also taken away completely by KURD12, but they lose a second in the kills. They lose a third in the kill. Kalika goes down. He finds everything that he needed to, and yes, he will fall, but the work has been done, and it's 3 dead down members with RTG. Volk could even silence this one from Unknown.
It's possible for Unknown to get the revives up. I believe they're just on the very tip of the edge of the circle. Good effort, Kalika. KONQUEROR recognized it was always going to be tough entering into the circle, so they split one side of the mountain each. Now Groza, as the last player up, not only has to deal with KURD12, but also Revolution, should I say. They got put down to 2 players early on after a little bit of scrambling, a little bit of Sunday driving, but now the 2 remaining players have kept themselves safe, kept themselves quiet, and are in the top 6.
Down to that top 6, and a lot of solos here. When we have NASR, we have Rico, we have RTG, we have KONQUEROR Iraq. The only intact team still KURD12. They get all 3 members back up, as you said. But they have to move into the zone. It shifts away once more. Phase 7, again to NASR, again to Ragnarok. And no one willing to pull the trigger. Finally, though as the zone moves in, that's the catalyst that we require for the kills to take place.
Really glad you mentioned the fact that only KURD12 were the only team up with a full squad. That's why everybody's just so quiet, so afraid to move.
Badashani spies something. Groza behind the hill. I don't know if they spotted Volt though. I think they might have the eyes on him, but so there does KONQUEROR. But it's Revolution who also take the kill. RTG down to our final 5. Groza still refusing to move. On the opposite end, Rico also staying quiet. All the solos for the placement points, but KONQUEROR, they do need to be careful. They could try to take down Unknown here as KURD12 are beginning to separate the shack to their name. And phase 8 is where it will be decided. Phase 7 coming to a close.
I was wondering if NASR is going to be able to spot out the final player. Rico Infinity has. It's in a 1v1. He wins it. Our final 4 are here.
Ramik back in under the shack. Ragnarok, the fighting, gives his position away though, Imperium. And those thank yous makes it only now more difficult for NASR. It's phase 8, it shifts all the way back onto KURD12. This is their game. This is the game for KURD12 Esports in their hands to lose. Only the duo of Revolution, combined with the help of the solos, can stop them. The shack, the ridge to their name, everything you could have asked for.
It's so tough. It's so tough because it's extremely flat on the entry point into the circle. So the second everybody except for K12 looks to move in,
Beautiful,
boom,
mate.
goes the dynamite.
They find it. A second. Cannot confirm. They might even get Volt with it.
Oh my god.
As he tried to base him into the revive, but Ragnarok doesn't find the second kill. Revolution are still
close.
alive. Revolution, QHT, fires one back. You can see the shot somewhere when he puts his head up, though, from KURD12. Conqueror rack, the next to fall, though, down to 3. Revolution trying their best, but it's actually NASR who might be the first to fall. Oh no, it isn't. It's Revolution who go down in third, and NASR clutching second. Doesn't even give the kill away. Imperium and KURD12. Yes, they get the chicken dinner. Left with nothing when it came to all of those solos and duos dying on their own.
Yeah, KURD12, they got more points in one game, or nearly double the amount of points in one game compared to the whole of yesterday's 5 games. It's really good to see one of the teams that I kind of call out to do well in this game. But I got to give props to Ragnarok, the last player in NASR Esports. What a solo move. Took down the last player, Rico Infinity, got a lovely Molotov and a couple of shots to, I believe, execute an elimination point onto Revolution, and again survived to get his team second place. It's not the prettiest way to get a second place, but you do what you need to do in the harsh terrain of Miramar.
And they got that second place. They get the 12 points for his team. And now NASR, who were looking fairly flat here, Imperium, from that first day of games, a third position finish. They got the kills on Erangel. Now a second position finish on Miramar. They also had a small amount of kills there. They're getting places when it comes to getting up that leaderboard. My only real worry is I think some of these other teams who are almost avoiding all the cameras, but not in a good way because they're dying too early. And my big concern from league play to now the Super Weekend is Nigma Galaxy, because we have not seen them show up today. We never saw them show up as expected yesterday. They are falling down in that standings.
Yes, but also no. The reason why yes is because you are factually correct, but the reason why I say no is I really believe that they deserve to be thought of in a little bit of the same light as Nova. If you look at Nova Esports, they didn't exactly perform amazingly in the league stage, did they? No.
Right.
Hell, they qualified in 16th place to make it into the finals. But when it came to a moment where you need to perform well, boom, Nova performed. And I think Nova deserves to be considered in a little bit of a similar light. Well, it remains to be seen if they do step up in future Super Weekends, but I just want to give them that element of time and patience. Yeah. For all the other teams, like we're seeing in the match rankings, KURD12, NASR, it's a good return to form for Revolution, despite the criticism I give them. And KONQUEROR rack, yes, they perform well in this Miramar game once again, but they need to take that talent and apply it to both Erangel and Sanhok.
And that's the consistency that we're looking for here in Imperium. Can they transfer one map into the other with the same amount of points? I think, to be fair to you, I think Nigma Galaxy, they're also regarded in such high respect because they are, of course, such a phenomenal PMGC team. We've seen them only a few months ago have an amazing performance. but we still need to step up. And I think alongside some of these other teams like Falcons, who have also been disappointing us, Dunak again, another 0-point game for them, even Twisted Minds to an extent, who are not seeing the placement points equal the elimination points that Twisted Minds seem to be getting.
I'm not too worried about Twisted Minds overall. The small mistake that I pointed out is easily fixable. I do think they have a lot of fundamentals in place in a good way to succeed throughout this PMPL. It just remains to be seen if they kind of show that. I'm more worried about the likes of other teams that you mentioned, such as Dunak, 1,000,000, 963 as well. There's just so much flatness from those three teams. There's no fight, there's no aggression. That's why I kind of don't put Twisted Minds in the same light, because Twisted Minds have showed us something. 963, Dunak specifically, they and to an extent 1,000,000, but especially Dunak and 963, they've kind of shown us nothing, and that's worse. That's a worse thing in my eyes as a commentator.
And I think as well, psychologically, to go back to the mental side of the game of PUBG Mobile, you see the effect that it's having, because as we do look at the overall standings here in Imperium, they're not going to be on that first page. They're going to be down on that second page. But the ones who are doing well and having that high in terms of mental too, are going to be, I think, the biggest difference. NASR Esports that we talked about, off that second place, now into the first page of the leaderboards and in 7th position, alongside even KONQUEROR here in 6th.
Rico are performing pretty damn consistently. Gotta kind of give them decent props. 22 in game 1 of today to 7 in game 2. Obviously, I think they could have gotten more points in the second game, but still good consistency. And we see them hit the 100 bomb. You can't really argue with that. Overall standings down in the bottom half, of course. Again, you need to consider Dunak only 16 points. YaLLa surprisingly in 15th with 29.
Yes.
And Team Falcons also with 29, as well as 963 and 1,000,000. Again, cushion as we look at the upper moments. It needs to be created for all those teams that I mentioned.
Yeah, you can see, of course, with those best upper moments, how this second game did break down eventually. In, I think, particularly these mountaintops, Imperium, they really caused a lot of problems when it came to the positioning of some of these players, particularly getting on into.
Yeah, it was tough for a good few of these teams, especially the ones down in the south. But that's why I really loved how well KURD 12 played this, because they had to fight every single way, and at one point they were down to just one player. That chicken dinner nearly went horribly wrong for them, and I don't really hold it against them, because they weren't expecting a player to come in from that side of the mountain, because they had it covered, but they nearly lost it.
They almost lost it, but as we said with the first game, Imperium, you get the chicken dinner how you get the chicken dinner, and oh boy, did they get it in that second match. And I think now, heading on to Erangel, that's now what you need to take in momentum. You need to say, well, we've had that good game. Don't get overexcited to the point that we actually throw the third game completely and get those 0 points that we're worried about, but still use the momentum, as we said, that we've got to be able to push in placement points, kill points, to then put themselves high in those standings. I really want to see in this next game, though, Dunak, YaLLa, they've got to step up as we head into a break and see if they can just after. back with the PMPL Arabia Spring Split 2022. Myself, Hannah Wolf, and Imperium. We've seen 2 games now. Imperium of today in the second day of the first Super Weekend. I think big surprises though. We talked about it at the start of the day, and we have gotten it by the end of these 2 games.
Yeah, there's been a couple of solid, healthy surprises. KURDSQUAD being the biggest overall. KAMIKAZE, I think, have been a really positive surprise, being a team that's continued on the kind of trend of solid performances from day one. Rico definitely setting the standard in terms of consistency for the most part. And then NASR Esports, got to give them props. 2 solid games, as you pointed out.
Yeah, third, second place finish, and it all comes off of the survival, I think, as well. NASR, big work from Ragnarok in that second game. I don't think we really highlighted it, but yeah, he was there in the center of that zone, Imperium, for so long. And he survived for so long, past everyone coming in onto him. At one point, he was the only one inside of that zone, I believe, in phase 5 or 6. So massive props to NASR stepping up today, where they were able to get those second place, but you have to see them now. Can they keep that up and move even further on that leaderboard onto third game? If you want to check us out, though, where we're at and see even more stuff like these beautiful interviews for these players, you can check us out on our social media and find all of us on the beautiful 5 social medias below and join in on that conversation. Hashtag PMPL. Of course, PUBG Mobile Esports. Where is that right now? Where you're watching us on YouTube live in Imperium.
She's okay. She's okay. Of course, you know, just because they put the socials out for PMPL Mina, which is fair, but of course you can follow myself in Highland Wolf. Gotta have a little bit of self promotion.
Oh, we gotta like put it down, you know.
EVT _
I like
Tyrion. Give us both a follow while we're at it. Send us a message. You know, tell us we're terrible commentators. Tell us we're great commentators. But either way, join in the conversation.
Yeah. We'll be unemployed soon, Imperium. It's okay. We'll be in it together. We'll try our best, though, to redeem ourselves in this third game. I know you want to see it. You know, want to see the best. And that's what we're going to bring to you guys. Is the playing pathway is going to jump across from the south side to the north of Erangel. And to be fair, you know what I'm feeling like this time around? I'm feeling like a South Island zone. We've seen one so far, but on the very first game of PMPL Arabia, I want to see another one.
Yeah, I wouldn't say no to South Island Circle.
I hope you don't say no.
To be fair.
Better not say no to
well, even if I did say no, I don't think I could change it. I'm not that powerful in the world of PUBG. I don't have that much of a contact in PUBG, unfortunately. Revolution gonna look to drop towards Military Island. It makes sense that they send the full squad in this time around because of that playing path being just a little bit more heavily up north. Phase 1 pops up and it's even better than the first game of the day. It does still include a bit of that Military Island, so it could still be an island finish.
I'm hoping.
It's very unlikely.
I doubt.
Like it.
I doubt it, Imperium. I think we're probably going to see a very central zone shifts here into possibly Potato Hills, possibly Chinkiest, where I think we saw a lot of the fighting already from these players, particularly in that first game, rotating very early in on towards those central locations. But I think it's been the outsider teams that impressed me the most, particularly Rico Infinity, in the way which they cleaned up that first match, just silently swooped in onto those final phases.
Interesting with kind of KAMIKAZE and KONQUEROR and even Twisted Minds per se. We know that KONQUEROR like to normally drop around Ferry Pier. We know that KAMIKAZE normally like to drop around Gaka. So I kind of expected Twisted Minds to still drop around Farm, but just initially as a more solidified either 2-2 or even as a full squad. As it happens, they haven't been punished, but I think the risk was there. The higher percentage than normal risk was there. Yeah, okay, 3 of the players did land a bit closer together, but more towards the side of Stalwart UAE, and that in its own right holds its own risks. But either way, Conqueror are going to be able to grab the vehicles, make the way to their normal looting position. The thing that now Twisted Minds need to be aware of as well, there's a lot less vehicles around where they drop, so it's going to be a little bit longer for them to rotate, at least initially, into these circles.
I think as well you can judge the way in which Twisted Mind dropped their Imperium. They're gonna be around a lot of these other teams. You can see it, at least for us on the map, they don't have as great information, but they have to be very slow, I think, in a way, and careful. Maybe not slow. Careful is probably the word I would use here for rotating on into this zone. Because, yes, you are on the south side. You've got that coastal line that can protect you in a sense of there can't be teams there. But you've got teams that are rotating across that eastern bridge, keep in mind. 2 of those. You've also got the rest of those teams heading in behind you towards Milton Power side, that are going to be catching up with you on their own rotations in. So they are going to have to be fairly efficient in their looting phase. And as you said, because they don't have the vehicles, they are going to be slower and possibly get caught on those rotations in towards Potato Hill and into future.
It's not much from Rico Infinity, but I really appreciate the fact that 2 of their players grabbed vehicles and rotated all the way to Zarki. On one hand, you might be thinking, well, why waste all of that time to drive to Zarki and loot up? Well, not only does it allow the loot to be split and more effectively grabbed by the full squad, so instead of the loot that's in Severity go to all 4 members, it's now going to 2. You're maximizing looting, but you're also understanding that that plane path was on the eastern side of the map. Therefore, there's way less chance there's going to be a secondary, a third team in a similar vicinity of where they normally drop. So they have afforded themselves more time to go for that big split loot phase and then move into kind of phase 1/phase 2.
Yeah, it's not just been them that have moved further towards the west. You see a lot of these teams, particularly those around Novo. You talk about KURD 12, for example, being one of those squads. Imperium have also very quickly rotated over towards that opposite end of the map to make sure that they can get their comfortability in their location that they are used to, but also that in this sense, as you say, they are avoiding the rest of those fights. But to draw back on into that zone, it's even better, because now that they can actually have more of this western side to work with, they're not going to be congested as much as some of these eastern teams. These eastern squads that aren't willing to rotate a little bit further earlier on, yes, you get your looting on the earlier phase quicker, but you are inevitably going to be fighting more when it comes to those positions in phase 2, phase 3 onwards.
Apologies if you hear a bit of an ice cream truck in the background.
Woo!
Just rocking around my estate.
I'm hungry.
Do you want an ice cream? Do you want a 99?
I want one. I heard it. Ship it. I want it from Ireland. Ireland ice cream.
But I like that Stalwart UAE are one of the first teams to kind of rotate into these circles. And what I like about it is that they don't send the full squad. They'll often kind of go for a 2-2 split into these circles and send 2 forward and then have 2 continuing to loot. It doesn't always work out in their favor, but I really appreciate that they're one of the teams to pull it off, and when it does work in their favor in a clean way, they have a big advantage around it. Now, specifically in this phase 1, I don't really like where they are. I think that roadside is quite dangerous. It's a little bit of a false positive, but they're not too deep onto that roadside, so they have a bit more of a kind of an eastern side safety net that they're able to scale back onto. 963, they initially had an initial split drop. They've gone quite deep into this phase 1.
And I like to see it, though, because, as we said, you have that position there that you don't have to worry as much. My worry with 963, though, in a Super Weekend has been, I think, the worry to a lot of these lower-placed teams, in that being Imperium, they struggle to hold these positions, though. So, yes, they can get these nice locations and on the early game, and it can be free of the fighting for a moment. But when it comes to the later stages, the matches, it's been time and time again, as we said, from, in a way, Dunak, obviously 9632 here, but you could even draw in to the side of 1Million Esports, minus their first game today and their experience there, have also had these issues trying to control the later stages of the game.
We had a little bit of a similar phase 1 in the first Erangel game of the day. And what really hurt YaLLa was that they hung around in Pochinki for too long. So therefore, there's too many teams wrapped around them. They ended up getting picked off one by one. And I believe it was Twisted Minds or Revolution to finish them off in the end. It's looking like it's heading towards very similar endeavors for Nigma Galaxy. They're still in Pochinki. Yes, they've picked up a couple of vehicles, but YaLLa are to the west of them, near that church side. There's another team, I'm not quite sure who it is exactly, directly to the north of them. Yeah, okay, the circle shifts down south, so they can just shift over towards the southeastern side of Pochinki Hill, but with so many teams already there, they could still lose a bit of a player. Again, just, I would like to see a bit of an earlier rotation for Nigma.
Yeah, I think because you see a lot of these players in these teams already inside of that central belt of the zone. My also worry here for KURD 12, Rico Infinity, and Dunak Imperium, because yes, they are free for now in terms of that fighting, but are they going to have the information? Are they going to be able to carefully maneuver in the way that these other teams are going to be able to maneuver? I mean, really look at them, though. They are close together, Imperium.
Why are there so many teams so centered in this phase 2? It doesn't really make sense to me, and I'm starting to see less of a global meta in this PMPL Arabia. It's not necessarily like an absolute bad thing per se, because every region does have its different play styles. But when I'm looking at wanting to see more of these teams capture glory, capture success in a more global stage, I do need to think about how their current playstyle would transfer onto a global stage.
Right.
And I hate to say right now, there's not that many. There's a lot of struggle I see from a lot of these teams with how much they're committing to the center of the circle.
I just worry that also being so centered, it makes you unrecessible, Imperium, in your position, because you're so deep in and forced into these fights, like Conqueror and Revolution currently. How do you rotate later on, depending on where these shifts still go? We're still on only phase 2, right? Yeah. We're only on phase 2, so we can still see a hard shift anywhere we like on phase 3, phase 4. And you're really just chancing it, quite frankly, that you stay inside of that zone.
You're so right, man. You are so right. There's absolutely nowhere for them to rotate. Oh well, remains to be seen. Stalwart UAE still in a good spot on that eastern side of the map. They haven't moved since phase 1. And that's a great example of what I mentioned, where sometimes you just don't need to move into circle shifts. And Stalwart didn't really need to. They spread out a bit more thinly, which isn't a bad thing, to try and gain a bit of control and a bit more focus coming into phase 3. But other than that, they barely moved, and that's a big, big positive.
Still, Revolution. They sent one nade out onto Conqueror, tickled it down a little bit on Rio's health bar. 60%. Going to heal that back up, though. Absolutely zero problems there. Reaver on the backside. Now, Revolution, you can see in a way that they're positioned. One of them trying to move outside of the fight. Maybe trying to flank round here. Look for an out, depending on where this phase 3 shifts. And it will shift towards the center. I was almost hoping, though, that we would see a northern shift, just so we could be right, Imperium. For once in our lives, on the fact that these teams shouldn't be so centered.
Yeah, it shifted towards a lot of the teams that did center up in phase 2, but it's still only phase 3, right? Right. Phase 4, phase 5 is when it becomes extremely difficult. Now, Nigma Galaxy, you left it a little bit too late to move in via the Pachinki compound, have found a bit of an entry point on that southwestern edge, but you can see the likes of K12 taking a good few shots. How much information do Nigma Galaxy have? I would garner not too much, but again, they found a way in. It's a good hill that they hold on to, but it can be hard to control at times.
Twisted Minds also separating themselves to the edge here of their own safety. Teams outside doing the same. No one willing to fight. Now, this is a curious thing to me, is that all of them very centered in the position to try to fight, potentially here in Imperium. But we still have 64 players in the game. No one has died in the first 14 minutes of this game.
Yeah, that's actually something I hadn't really noticed. That means that the pressure is building. If you have a lid on a cooker and you're boiling and you're building up pressure, that's gonna blow. That gasket is gonna pop. That lid is just gonna blow off, and water is gonna spill everywhere. And this time, it's not gonna be water. It's gonna be that in-game blood, that in-game destruction, as teams will fall down. Revolution, they spread themselves out. They're looking for an entry point on towards this southeastern Pachinki Hill. But YaLLa, they have a good spread, and especially with Open on the other side, looking for a bit of a backstab, looking for a little bit of a slowdown. It allows the rest of YaLLa to react even better to this Revolution position.
And Revolution, who have also clumped up together, have almost actually now been leapfrogged by YaLLa. As you said, hoping, making sure they don't rotate on that northern side, stopping them now. They control the front of the zone. Revolution are gonna go for that more south side approach. They're gonna try to actually leapfrog here YaLLa and get in behind them, and they will manage it to go forward. 0 knocks to their name, and they somehow survive in on towards the center of this zone, but they are not out of the woods yet. Imperium, they still have even more in Twisted Minds.
Like, they ran away from the fight, but what have they ran into? Sometimes the devil you know is better than the devil you don't know. They would have been better off kind of waiting until at least the next circle shifted and see where they could have gone. Whereas now, although they've been able to get some players into the edge of the circle, they've lost 2. That is really poor from Revolution, like extremely poor.
It almost, again, feels like to me, Revolution making that reactive play that we saw in game 1 here in Imperium. But again, trying just to see if something works, try to fish his strategies, and maybe they'll catch something. And how high? Yes, he gets in, but he has all of these players around him. He is not going to survive the wave of obliteration of eliminations that is about to impact onto this third phase in that hard eastern shift to one side. Nigma, they do get all 4 though in, thankfully for themselves, and Nigma, one of these teams who need a good game.
Stalwart UAE still on the northern side. I'm really surprised that Nigma were able to hold on for however long they have so far as a full squad. Yeah, in between a number of teams. Rad, 1,000,000, even YaLLa on that kind of coastline position. If any team goes close, a barrage of nades will see Nigma fall down. However, I understand that as of right now, nobody's really looking for hard engagements. It's just that kind of like pick off a couple of bodies here, pick off a bit of health there. There's no real hard pushes for the time being.
Let's see what moves and kill it, is what it is right now. No one willing to move, though.
Exactly.
Phase 4. I think we're going to have to get down, though, a little bit dirtier. We're going to have to get to phase number 5. We're going to have Conqueror. Fortunately, Fulvo first is KURD12. They will make that move. Actually, they will be aggressive. They'll find 1, they'll find 2. YaLLa ahead, though. They do have to be careful in the open. Easy targets for YaLLa on the opposite side. They will flush out the kills and get back on the dog. Twisted Minds, as you said, also in the vicinity. And as a result, they'll step back. But I think they should have taken that vehicle with them, though. They could have taken a little bit more.
I like this with KURD12. I think they're doing the right job overall of just waiting, staying on the edge of the circle, pushing in via the edge. It can get the crash into Twisted Minds. It would be a little bit risky, but I understand why they want to wait for the perfect time to strike YaLLa Esports onto Nigma Galaxy. I said the potential third, fourth party was there and up on that northern side. Now Stalwart UAE start to have a little bit of trouble. Some neighbors are knocking on their door saying, hey, the position you're in, I like it. Can I take it? They're going to say no, not this time.
But can they survive it, is the other question. I don't think there's a choice. Here in RTG, they look to be the ones who are falling, though, and the invaders, they've been trampled on. Is 3 down. Falcons, the other one here trying to invade, and I think that's upsetting RTG at this point, as Volt, the final one, almost dies as well, as Phase 5 hits us up, and the zone begins to move further in already. Down hard to the southwest.
Damn.
It's Stalwart Falcons, opposite end of the spectrum. We'll see RTG go, but who's the next one as Falcons lose another?
And Stalwart UAE gonna look to defend. And indeed they do. Great play by Vankid, pushes forward. The next circle is a big ping pong play down on the southwest. The Mars gonna get knocked. Stalwart UAE, yes, they have Vankid knocked, but the revive will come through. 17 seconds until the blue zone starts closing in. It's a hell of a journey they need to take to make it into the edge of the circle.
K12, you talked about a push onto Twisted Minds. They also did that on the map there. Imperium 1-for-1 trade so far we can see. But it's YaLLa in amongst Rad, just slightly on the opposite end. Fighting it out in the open, but try to make the push. They find a double knock. Do we have the utility to push though? We need the smokes. We need the nades. That would always found it. But trying to get it through the slot or window, it would be a quadra knock if they could get it. But can they get a little bit closer? Ragnar, he cooks it up. The smoke makes it harder to see in. Find that exact little peak. That angle keeps Rad alive to fight now. Duking on the front. Clear some space for themselves. Falcon, Catan also will fall. And if Stalwart clear them out, down they go as well to the hands of NASR.
Great play by YaLLa. Really good play, especially Ragnar just using that smoke, pushes forward, throws a molly, scales back. They know that there's that third party risk if they go too deep onto Rad. They know that there's Nigma Galaxy looking in their direction. Dunak, right? Even Twisted Minds. So it's so difficult to make the hard push when you're YaLLa. So suppressing Rad is just as good of a job as getting the elimination points, as pushing in a bit of a risky play. So good job, YaLLa.
And Rad, they're still in that problem, but all 4 of them here, Imperium, 1 nade silences them all. So they do need to push out. They do need to find some position. They know that they are vulnerable, but they are protected. Inside of that zone, Phase 5, it is closing further now towards its finish. Phase 6, the next dastardly nightmare of all of these players to live. Here's Rico Infinity. Step forward. 1 nade won't find NASR. The next pushing them back. SK Ton. Ida also overlooking, waiting for one to move, but Miracle still gets out of air anyways. But yet, Rico Infinity, they do not stop, and they find Miracle regardless. 1 knock to nothing. As Bando actually, does fall. 1 for 1 as a result. And Miracle looking to be flushed, but it's Nigma Galaxy fall in amongst the background. And even Twisted Minds too. All the meanwhile though, the fight rampages on. And Hassan chucks it back. Just NASR. 1 more member trying to survive, but it's Rico with Prestige also on the back end. And Prestige here could clearly try to come in for the flank, and Hassan knows it, but he has to fight from 2 fronts. Imperium, I don't think he's able to. There's only 1 more push. Can he find a knock? Yes, he can, and SK Ton cleans them through.
Next circle shifts up towards the northwest. Rad. You said they needed to move. The Shack of Dreams could quickly turn into the Shack of Doom as it's outside of this next phase. But YaLLa, they have just as tough of a task. The circle is starting to encroach in on this phase 6. You have K12 on the other side. Dunak have had a horrid start to their PMPL Super Weekend, but this could be the game to turn it around.
Can they keep themselves alive, though? It's still 7 teams. The placement points aren't quite there, and Dunak have been passive as ever. Still do not have the points in play. YaLLa down to 2. Ragnar, the only one. They're using the rest for surviving, but it doesn't matter because they find the right one in Rads. They eliminate them down. 4 kills. Finally, the threat from behind is done and dusted, but it might be Rad being swept off next as Rico Infinity is KAMIKAZE 1 million, a massive house party, Imperium, but I don't think anyone wants to be invited to each other's. Is Jabal Gaga find now another lonely, lonesome KAMIKAZE member and delete him off the map? And KAMIKAZE gone with the final loss. Gaga moving back further forward. Rico still there, is free.
KAMIKAZE probably could have third-partied the fight earlier on, which I'll get into post-game, but they make
Brilliant,
the push
Molly.
and they pay the price. 1 million. Zakira burnt down to crisp.
Brilliant, Molly, but almost a brilliant need to answer back. Ida barely gets out of that one in time. Here's Rico Infinity. They push upstairs. They look for the high ground. Nate gonna find no one, but it is a nice attempt. More fires at the ends of Rico Infinity. Keep them at bay is the zone. This is what they hope will do the work as Jabal knocked 2. They need the third party of the blue zone to pressure the rest of Rico Infinity here to survive.
Good play by Rico Infinity. 6 eliminations so far. They fought their way into the last couple of circles in a deserving manner. But can they make it into next one? Because they're getting much closer to Dunak.
Zone, phase 7. Shifted away from everyone, Imperium. It is 1 million. They are still alive. They got to revive back onto Jabal. Now, KURD12 also in amongst them. Was that a self-knock I saw? That is not what you're looking for. 1 million, you're just thankful that Rico did not decide to push you at that time. Still the 3 for 3. And no one wants to make the first move, knowing that to enter that zone is doom, Imperium. It is to die. But they must. The zone only will hurt them as much.
This is realistically a free win for Dunak. It can go wrong for them, but if they play their cards right, easy peasy lemon squeezy. They're the only team on the eastern side. All the other 3 teams are on the west. They're most likely going to take each other out.
But can Dunak do it? Averaging just over 2 points per game, keep in mind here, Imperium. They're already way ahead of expectations inside the top 4. Nate, brilliant onto Bardashani. Is 1 million Esports. Answered straight back. Ramik's still there, and they're not done just yet, 1 million. You still got to answer for one more. It's now Rico Infinity. They hear the shots on behind. They're looking for the move. They're looking for the way in. It buys time for KURD12 Esports. They make the revive, but a second knock goes down onto 1 million. And down to only the solo as the zone pushes them out of the house. Ooh. They stay in. Dunak move further forward, but the zone is shifted right. You should say back on to Rico Infinity. Can they survive? Can they take down the final one? They're making it work. 1 million, the solo player. Prestige, he can't find the shots, but finally Better gets it. In KURD12 down, 1 million down. Dunak, 8 kills to their name, but I don't think it's going to be much more because now they got to scroll their way through, trudge in onto Rico Infinity Esports as they may just clean up a further game and boost their lead even more.
Dunak have had to do very little, so their utility should be high, their health should be high, and they've opened the door.
Almost knock though. Gringo He's not even got a HP bar, Imperium, but he's still alive. And he can still shoot the nades. Another one goes forward to trying to confirm the knock into the punish of Ida. Gringo still there. Still ticking, but will he heal? He cannot, because he has to crawl further forward. The phase 8, one tick of it burns him into oblivion. His life will be sent there though first. Asawi, the last hope really is Dukan. They tried their best, but it's not enough. Rico Infinity Esports, they clean it up and they get the third game, the chicken dinner, on their belts and in their stomachs. Taza, man, how do Dunak feel that, really? Because as you said rightly so,
okay.
break it down for me. Break it down.
Real quick, they kind of fail, but also that phase 8 shifted away from them, and they could have pulled the trigger a little bit more aggressively and third-partied, because at that point, Rico Infinity were really pushing on 1 million.
Yeah.
And Dunak did clear out K12, but yeah, then they stopped, and then Rico Infinity were able to focus on Dunak. Considering how poor Dunak have looked in terms of, you highlighted, 2 points per game, I understand. They were just like, look, we'll take what we can get, guys. You know, we're not going to oversell it. We're not going to be too egotistical. They can build on this. So overall, I say positive stuff from Dunak, positive stuff. But Rico Infinity, man, so good with these fights, so good as a team. They look fluid. They look like they're communicating. Honestly, they look like they're having a lot of fun in these games.
But the patience as well, Imperium, in that fighting, they could have gone so much sooner into those fights of 1 million and onto KURD 12. So many opportunities, but they waited and they waited and they waited for that perfect moment to strike back. And that's the scary part of it, is when you combine the aggression with that patience. But we're going to head through to the break, and on the other end, we'll give you all the leaderboards and the standings of where we're at.
Hi, I'm one of those people everyone calls a detective. Of course, I'm not the only detective around here. There's also our information analysis system, the BANPAN information system, and our many community volunteers that speak different languages from all around the world. We can use the BANPAN information system to find information related to cheats from the vast sea of information. We will use a combination of the system and manual methods to search various online forums and video sharing sites for traces of cheating. We will also work with our defenders of security in PUBG Mobile from all over the world to search for and destroy channels used to sell cheats. Fortunately, many players have joined our team. We also provide players with a channel to report the sale of cheats, and players from all over the world provide us with information every day. We are so happy to see so many players helping us to combat cheating.
I am a moderator and an information collector. I'm a moderator of many game forums. I am familiar with how cheats work and how they end up in players' hands. I'm very aware of the harm caused by cheating. So I've decided to help combat cheating. Due to our efforts, the information of many cheats is no longer brazenly posted online. Instead, they are hidden very deeply and disguised as unrelated posts. But that's not enough for them to escape my eyes. Many people have the misconception that cheats are like bugs and that they'll disappear once they've been dealt with. That's not how it really works though. Even if all the features of the cheats are banned now, the creators of the cheats will continue to upgrade their cheats. They will do anything they can to get around our security system. That's why we combat the newest cheats from two different fronts. We work together from the inside and the outside to effectively cover all types of cheating and combat them quickly. Although this is just a game, everyone likes those who follow the rules and play fairly. What makes games fun are the things that make us feel nervous and challenge us. It is because victory was hard-earned that we feel joyful about it.
We make several copies of samples of cheats. One copy is submitted to the security team so we can study their operating logic and enrich our AI identification strategy to update our defense system against new cheats in a timely manner. Another copy will be kept as proof to punish the people who develop the cheats.
The moderator just sent over a sample of a new cheat, and I want you to take a look at it.
Let me see.
We've never seen this cheat before. It has a special way of attacking. We just analyzed it and identified some of its characteristics. I think we can use this cheat's behavior to improve our coverage of other cheats.
I understand how it works now. This sample is very helpful to us. We can use this to develop more targeted countermeasures. And by learning how it functions, we can greatly improve our sample database.
Okay, let's get to work.
Yeah.
Other than combating cheats through the system, we also want to attack the origin of cheats through other methods. When it comes to people who develop cheats for profit, the legal approach is a good one. We have a professional legal team, and we believe they can bring these people to justice.
But before the legal team can initiate a lawsuit, they need sufficient information and evidence to win the lawsuit. This is where the information we provide becomes especially important. What detectives and I do best is to sift through unassuming clues, tracing matters to the roots, to find information and clues. The more information we have, the closer we are to victory.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here striking it already onto the best of moments of the third game. If you missed it, oh, were you in for a treat now? Because the highlights here, Imperium, oh, were they beautiful. 1 million Esports striking down onto K12. Beautiful Bardashani going down, but Ramek striking back. Barely not enough. But it's the patience. It's the patience here from Rico Infinity team. They get the knocks onto 1 million.
Yeah, just nothing else that really needs to be said with regards to Rico Infinity in that. The one thing that I do need to kind of point out, the fight between NASR and Rico, I'm starting to see a little bit of a pattern with NASR. They can't really defend as a team.
Yes.
They allow, in a good few of these games, teams to get too close to them, to push in on them in an aggressive way. In that fight, I really believe that as much as Rico had a pretty decent spread, NASR should have won out on that fight. They had a bit of a better, higher position. The fact that Rico won that so confidently without really losing anybody, I think they maybe lost one player, but without really losing more than one player, shows overall how weak NASR are at defending their position. It's a shame, and I hope they improve on it, but I just needed to point that out.
I think it's correct, and then you look towards really the overall standings. Can they keep that up? We are going to head, though, to a quick break here, as we just had to catch up through on those best offer members, but we will be right back with you with that fourth game soon.
Hi, I'm one of those people everyone calls a detective. Of course, I'm not the only detective around here. There's also our information analysis system, the BANPAN information system, and our many community volunteers that speak different languages from all around the world. We can use the BANPAN information system to find information related to cheats from the vast sea of information. We will use a combination of the system and manual methods to search various online forums and video sharing sites for traces of cheating. We will also work with our defenders of security in PUBG Mobile from all over the world to search for and destroy channels used to sell cheats. Fortunately, many players have joined our team. We also provide players with a channel to report the sale of cheats, and players from all over the world provide us with information every day. We are so happy to see so many players helping us to combat cheating.
I am a moderator, and an information collector. I'm a moderator of many game forums. I am familiar with how cheats work and how they end up in players' hands. I'm very aware of the harm caused by cheating. So I've decided to help combat cheating. Due to our efforts, the information of many cheats is no longer brazenly posted online. Instead, they are hidden very deeply and disguised as unrelated posts. But that's not enough for them to escape my eyes. Many people have the misconception that cheats are like bugs and that they'll disappear once they've been dealt with. That's not how it really works though. Even if all the features of the cheats are banned now, the creators of the cheats will continue to upgrade their cheats. They will do anything they can to get around our security system. That's why we combat the newest cheats from two different fronts. We work together from the inside and the outside to effectively cover all types of cheating and combat them quickly. Although this is just a game, everyone likes those who follow the rules and play fairly. What makes games fun are the things that make us feel nervous and challenge us. It is because victory was hard-earned that we feel joyful about it.
We make several copies of samples of cheats. One copy is submitted to the security team so we can study their operating logic and enrich our AI identification strategy to update our defense system against new cheats in a timely manner. Another copy will be kept as proof to punish the people who develop the cheats.
The moderator just sent over a sample of a new cheat, and I want you to take a look at it.
Let me see.
We've never seen this cheat before. It has a special way of attacking. We just analyzed it and identified some of its characteristics. I think we can use this cheat's behavior to improve our coverage of other cheats.
I understand how it works now. This sample is very helpful to us. We can use this to develop more targeted countermeasures. And by learning how it functions, we can greatly improve our sample database.
Okay, let's get to work.
Yeah.
Other than combating cheats through the system, we also want to attack the origin of cheats through other methods. When it comes to people who develop cheats for profit, the legal approach is a good one. We have a professional legal team, and we believe they can bring these people to justice.
But before the legal team can initiate a lawsuit, they need sufficient information and evidence to win the lawsuit. This is where the information we provide becomes especially important. What detectives and I do best is to sift through unassuming clues, tracing matters to the roots, to find information and clues. The more information we have, the closer we are to victory.
We received some exciting news today. Our legal team won lawsuits in the United States of America and Germany.
That's great news. Let's open a bottle of champagne to celebrate.
Hang on. Let's not celebrate just yet. In the lawsuit, the defendant provided even more information about the team that developed the cheat.
It looks like we're going to be very busy over the next few days.
Yes. In 2021, we retrieved more than 10,000 samples from various channels, and more than 30% of them were valid samples.
It's also worth mentioning that many sellers of cheats online are scammers. They won't give you any cheats. They will even hide some viruses in the files they give you. It's a good thing we have our testers and our security experts. If not, our ordinary players would be in a lot of danger.
In summary, we're very proud of our work. We feel like we're rangers who search for clues about enemies from the shadows to deal them a swift and deadly blow. Please allow me to promote the security community. We welcome all volunteers to join our security community. Join our fight against cheaters and ensure all players have a fair gaming environment. We are part of the PUBG mobile security IT team. We fight to create a fair, competitive environment for all players.
Straight back at it with the PMPL Arabia Spring Split 2022. Myself, Harwood, and Imperium back with you once more for the ride. But I've been waiting for the Rumble in the Jungle. Sanhok, it is here. And I am loving it. Their favorite map, Imperium, for one reason and one reason only, and that is because it is ensuing death and destruction and doom between all of these 16 teams. Flame Path is going to be heading in from that northern side. Oh boy, is it going to be a big one, but the zone here as well. Where will it be going? It will be heading towards the south side. Down into the docks. Apparently, all of these teams still going to be... Hold on. Hello, you're back. Welcome back, Imperium.
Yeah, I was muted. I was speaking, and then you talked over me, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm muted. Good job. Apologies, didn't mean to leave you hanging on your own.
Oh,
I was saying,
no, it's okay.
Indeed,
I had faith.
Death destruction is definitely on the cards for these teams. But once again,
good.
A little bit like the previous Sanhok game, the Phase 1 circle is relatively easy to deal with, primarily on that eastern side of the map. True. On that mainland, just a little bit of that northwest and southwest island in play. It's a big spread from RTG, a decent spread from 963. Now, in yesterday's Sanhok game, 963 set themselves up absolutely terribly on that Lakwai Hill, where they got, I think it was Falcon or NASR, that absolutely ripped them a new one. I hope it's not going to be the case this time around. I want to see some learnings from 963 in this Sanhok game.
They got to learn, I think, particularly not only on this map, but it's been through all of them here, Imperium. And also, yes, you mentioned that the zone is only going to be on that one island of Sanhok. I think that's fair. It's great to have that be the case and not have to worry about where the zone is shifting. But then also, if you are one of these teams who are on these islands, very nervous about will I be camped crossing over, because you can clearly see in the way in which this playing path lends itself, a lot of teams could have dropped to the northern end. So if I am a northern-based squad, I'd definitely be looking over to those bridges. Can I find a few kills, or make them even take the long route and rotate all the way down south just to come in onto the zone?
That's a fair point. Dunak Revolution are probably the two biggest examples of that, especially on that northwestern island. KAMIKAZE have a good spread around the northern side. Cow, Tapmock, even a little bit of Mung Nai in play. 1 million on the coastline of that mainland island. And KONQUEROR Rack also in a pretty good spot around Camp Bravo and just hovering on the tip of Mung Nai. Again, I don't want to really see teams commit too deep in the center of the circle. One thing that I found positive of yesterday's Sanhok game is teams did at least set themselves up either side of Quarry. That kind of western hill and the eastern hill of Quarry are two pretty good spots to hold on to. And we had 2 to 3 teams utilize that in the first couple of circles of yesterday's Sanhok game. So I hope that's going to be the same this time around.
And I think also Quarry is acting almost as that barrier between crossing over from one side to the other, Imperium, as well. I mean, yes, you can go down to the cave, not really where players want to go, or you then have to take that more riskier route up north past the end of boot camp. But YaLLa, KURD12, they're going to be the first to fight just south of that boot camp location and inside of the buildings over yonder is YaLLa. Sanji finding their first knock, but can they confirm it into the kill? Surprise still is alive, and the knock into the elimination could be there, but Ramik overlooking. I don't think they'll go for it. The smoke's utilized. It's going to be a slow revive, but could be the case.
I like this from YaLLa. I think moving away early of boot camp is a good call, especially considering the phase 1 circle, right? So, you know, the likes of K12, even Stalwart UAE, who dropped in Penang, could be hovering a little bit closer on your path line. So good play by Stalwart. They confirmed that elimination point. There's no massive security because Barshani is on that high boot camp hill, so a bit of a backstab could come through. But other than that, YaLLa being quite proactive in the early parts of this game is quite good to see.
YaLLa, 1 kill secured to him. Of course, YaLLa have taken up boot camp for near 2, you could argue, about 6 months here. Has always been their comfort spot here. So no surprises, YaLLa one's back again inside a boot camp area and dominating. Usually YaLLa afterwards do like to go for these buildings that you saw K12 inside or elsewhere towards the hillside of boot camp too, but has been a problem in the case. YaLLa dropping so many times, and boot camp teams have began to catch on and try to punish them for that. And I'm curious to see, is that going to be the case here in PMPL this time around? Are we going to see YaLLa punished for making such an obvious play once more?
That's a really good question. Look forward to finding out what the answer is per se. Revolution, Dunak, still inside the Northwest Island, Dunak. So that's good to see. See another knock being pulled out by YaLLa onto K12. So continued control being played out by YaLLa in this early boot camp fight. Rico Infinity have a great 2-2 split, by the way, between 2 north of Paradise, 2 south of Paradise. It's covering both sides, and it's just a really well executed start to the game.
Still, they find the next one, and YaLLa, they won't be punished this game, at least on their stance. They're the ones putting out the damage. There's another one from K12 falls, and unfortunately, they do fall earlier. Not the result that K12 KURD 12 were looking for. Is on the other side, though, we talked about this punishing on the northern end. 1million have spotted out 2 of these Revolution members. Al-Hai, Rex, they know they're there, but they won't open fire just yet. They're waiting for that opportunity for hopefully a little bit more of a pincer to be able to come around and choke out Revolution more here.
I do think 1million are low-key cutting off their nose to spite their tail. I get that it's only phase 1, so I suppose doing a little bit of a bridge camp isn't a bad idea, but I would like to have seen one of the 1million players maybe send themselves a little bit deeper into the phase 1 circle, kind of closer to Paradise Resort, maybe closer to North Bootcamp Hill, just to grab I suppose a little bit more extensive information coming into phase 2. Other than that, it is a good initial setup spread. I don't see Jabal providing much, but maybe he's thinking that Revolution could go for a deeper wraparound across the water and get a side swipe onto 1million.
Beautiful punish show through from Falcon. The surprise, not quite enough from 963. And the 1v1 strikes Falcon massively up inside of the closest center point of this zone. Now, 963, they were holding towards Lakawi here, but Falcon's pushing up, only going to create more problems. They do find a second man note, and they will punish the solo here from Falcon. There's 2 more come in, but not in time. They know where they are, but now the revive is there. And Falcons, I think that they're going to have to be faster in this to be able to punish the molly. It misses. And now the second one, they have stopped the revive, but can they land the eliminations? 963. Now back, the full team here. Falcons, they've realized maybe they're biting off more when they can choose one more nade for good measure. But through the smoke, they can't see anything, Imperium. And it will have to back off.
This is decent from 963. They're definitely learning from yesterday's mistake. Falcon looked to try and get an opportunistic counter knock or 2, but in they go, disengaging away. That's a bit of a risk. Yusuf, never alone. They're able to grab themselves a bit of a disengage. I would like to see one of the 963 players wrap around on the lower part of the hill where they had cover from that Falcon player who was suppressing them on the other side of the road. But either way, I think 963, being the very naturally passive team that they are, were just happy to try and go for a revive and survive as a full squad in this game.
It's really interesting, actually, in the way in which you say that Falcons being a passive team here in Imperium, because you speak to me a year ago, Falcons would have been probably one of the most aggressive PMPL Arabia teams that we had here in the league. Instead, I think as times have changed, yes, we kept them on, Yusuf on the crew, but actually with these changes, they aren't as passive, particularly, or as aggressive, should I say, particularly on Sanhok as maybe they once were. Still, Erangel really the only map that we've seen their aggression play through, noting back, obviously, to the very first game of this league where Falcons dominated there on Erangel.
And I think part of that comes down to aggression requires, at least successful aggression requires synergy, it requires that trust, and maybe Falcon replacing the 2 players and having 2 new players need a little bit more time to build up that synergy, build up that trust.
Still, Revolution, no. They are moving forwards, talking about trust. Needs it here is 1 million. They couldn't stop Revolution pushing up. Instead, they gave him the leeway with a zone pushing up, though. They have found 1 knock. Can he find a second onto Smokey? Yes, they do. And Jabal looks to try find a third onto QHT, but inside the door they go. Blows down the door, but still finds him anyways. And with the zone helping him out, Revolution instantly deleted by 1Million Esports. I don't think it was clean, but Imperium, I think they did do the job well. Met by that, they do lose Gaga off of it.
Yeah, no, overall it was good. I think they reacted well. Solid attempt by Revolution, but I would argue they could have waited until the phase 2 popped, and they could have even have waited until phase 3 popped. This is Sanhok. He can easily deal with the first 3 circles, so I appreciate Revolution's kind of aggression and be like, look, we're going for this. But yeah, not the cleanest decision from a team standpoint. Phase 2, moving into phase 3, it was a bit of a centralized shift. Quarry is still massively in play. Shifting away from the eastern side is good for the likes of 963, who've moved away from the Kauai Hills and have a bit of a controlling spread coming into the eastern side of Quarry. NASR are there, but they're quite heavily spread out, so I don't think they're in a position to really put too much pressure on 963 for the time being.
I actually appreciate the slower rotations here coming through from KAMIKAZE and Nigma Galaxy, Invo Imperium, Painan, and Paradise Resort for both of them. I much prefer that. I think taking a slower approach slightly better, especially considering that the zone, yes, is going to now be around quarries. So that really is a no-play area. You're going to have to rotate upwards, either left or to the right of that inside quarry space. Going through it, really not an option considering that you could be shot down very easily from all of those teams around you.
Rad knows what the score is. They're going in the vehicles up to North Quarry Hill. They're going to look to rip apart Stalwart UAE. That is the benefit of vehicles in not only Sanhok, but all the maps in the early parts of the game. Great call, Rad. Really good call.
963. Inside the Corvo to fight versus NASR. As the horn has been blown by them, they look for the fight and they go in, dodging out the nade with a vehicle. They get it out of the way in time. They might have even stolen that one away, potentially, as 963 going to lose another. It is 2 down. You can see the split here coming through and 1 further back. As NASR, they do fall back, they send themselves full back for themselves. Miracle, Batika, going to allow the rest of his team fight to dissipate. And I think this is a call here from them, because you see Batika does go down. Yes, they lose one. I don't think they needed to. But I just wonder, were NASR trying to push out for the sake of pushing it? Or were they actually just surprised in which way they rotated and then got caught off guard?
No, I think there's definitely just a less of a call off guard and more of just a generalized mistake and not joining together as early as they probably should have. It's a really good question. Only they know the true answer because they have communication. We don't know how heavily they were communicating. YaLLa in a bit of an engagement against Dunak, and they're winning it for the most part. I love the fact that YaLLa kind of moved from bootcamp early and haven't really gone too deep into these next couple of circles. I thought they would, on phase 3 shift, try and go up towards that North Quarry Hill, but they're comfortable holding on to the kind of edge of the circle in a bit of a spread to try and shut down the teams that might be coming in behind them.
Speaking of teams coming in, Nigma Galaxy, they found out the hard way, though. You mentioned a brilliant approach through from Rad, who have now found their food to their successes. It is unfortunately here for the rest of Hamodi. He cannot say the same, as he shall fall down to the end of Rad inside the smoke. The Nate will miss out though on Rad. Moving in for the second. As now Delhap strikes down Ralph. Will be able to find it. And there comes the second. All so easy for Enigma Galaxy again. Struggling in the fourth game.
I can only presume Rad weren't or didn't get full information on Stalwart UAE. Because I expect him to maybe shut down Stalwart UAE a little bit more heavily. But instead, they kind of focused on that northern side of the hill, overlooking where Nigma looked to rotate to. Next circle pops up, shifts over to the east. KONQUEROR rack in the absolute dead center. Twisted Minds also looking good on that northeastern edge of the circle. Falcons still holding down a three-person team, 1963. They're full squad up on the south side. It's a great spread. Now they got to think back. Oh, who was with us earlier on? Oh, yeah. That's NASR Esports. They're going to try and enter, but NASR, they're on vehicles.
NASR, they're so far out of the zone, though, and I think we said about the no-go of rotating through Quarry Imperium, but they have to, I think, to rotate round 963. We saw how it worked so difficult for them already in this game, and I don't see them really fighting a way around on the opposite end of the things when it comes to Stalwart also there. But then how do they get in? I think for NASR, it's more about playing further behind. Instead, they will try to push further in onto that zone hard on into 963. Despite it not working out with the squad, they will try with the trio. Stalwart on the opposite end, also going to hold, but Rad, they sneak their way further on in.
Good play by Rad. There's a lot of focus around how they're playing. It does make me think that even if they did know that Stalwart UAE were there, they're just playing their own game, but they don't look around. And NASR Ragnarok steps up behind a pillar and says, hey, take the bullets, take the knock, you're mine.
Rad find the kills that they were looking for. Stalwart Mexico, I think he's on his own, though, really. There's a big split here from Stalwart and NASR, though, who have also wrapped in behind. Miracles seem to be able to happen here with NASR to find some position inside of his zone. Straight snuck past 963, and now will punish down Rad from the high ground. Rad, Delhap, down, knocked. Can he be eliminated? Don't know. He will not. He will get away, but away from his team. In a revive, it only gets more tricky here from now on.
I'm kind of reevaluating my thought about Rad. It's not bad, but now I'm thinking it's tunnel visioned. It's tunnel vision play. In Sanhok, there comes a point in the game where you need to look around, you need to look behind. I would argue it starts right at the very start of the game, but when you're talking about kind of the circles moving in, minimum phase 2, and Rad haven't really done that. The next circle pops up, once again towards KONQUEROR rack. Once again towards 963. Twisted Minds, they don't have far to go either.
KONQUEROR rack, they're the only ones here with the buildings inside of the zone. Yes, you could argue those small little bits of buildings on the outskirts of NASR, but on the edge of the zone, it's going to be risky, especially with so many of those teams moving in. Nigma, they will fall down though with 15. I think they could, well, realistically here, the next to follow up alongside a couple of these solo players outside of the zone, healing up in Sanhok fashion as they should. But Rad, it's down to 2 and down to 2 here on Stalwart. You have to keep your eyes though on Imperium on YaLLa. YaLLa, this other third party, sneaking their way in. This is the massive impact that this could have on this fight, not only against NASR.
As they've covered their backs, now YaLLa are at a point in the game where they can focus forward, and they're looking for Stalwart, they're looking for Rad.
They find one knock and equally one onto Rad as well, and that's beautiful how you do it. Slice them down, make them weaken and take them out while they're legs are on the floor. They're on their knees. Hoping goes down, though. And then what went wrong here is Stalwart. They somehow defend easy. Pulls out the plays he needs to, but he only has one first aid kit left. It is now getting all so dangerous inside of that blue zone. He's got to get out of there in time, but I don't think you'll be able to. YaLLa lose another. And it's all in full retreat, but it's all gone so very, very wrong. Is YaLLa the next to fall?
I thought YaLLa were going to push towards Stalwart UAE. I know they didn't have all the information, but I thought they would have heard the shots. But either way, they go down. 11 teams are left. The circle centers up towards KONQUEROR. Players are falling from the blue. In the words of Mustache Dave, Papa Blue is here to play.
Papa Blue is here to play, baby, and he's just going to suck the life force out of all of these players, as he's doing already. KONQUEROR, the only one here. KAMIKAZE, the only player here, Imperium, inside of his zone. Everyone else, including his team, is not even there with him. He's got one building to his name, and there's only one hill left. Other than that, really, these teams can control 1 million. The next to fall in the endless list of players and teams that shall fall in the next minute or two is off him. Moving further up, the solo here alongside. Make actually, yes, true, the solo for KAMIKAZE, because he just lost one. And now it's all up to Dar. Stalwart, the same boat is 963. Zuxi puts them down.
Good play by 963. Sent two players into the edge of the circle. Two on the outskirts. Messi unfortunately went down, but Zuxi, good job, Stalwart. They're going to be eliminated. Take care of them. Bye-bye now. Easy, still alive in the blue.
KONQUEROR moving further forward, though. They are the only ones now, I believe, here in Imperium with the full squad in the zone. It continues to shift in their way, but can they keep themselves alive? Can they get all 4 players in? Well, it's a problem that Rico Infinity Esports don't have to worry about, because they are down 6 remaining. 963 somehow in the south side of his zone. Falcons also a solo moving further forward. Twisted Minds, the only other trio, but they're looking worse for wear. Looking even worse as Dami, the vehicle saves him and it protects his life, but can it protect him for a second? As a molly goes over the top, and I think Dar unfortunately misses it out, but he still, with the help of 963, finds Twisted Minds anyways.
Oh my god. 2 elimination points. KAMIKAZE now in towards the top 5. KONQUEROR, as you said, full squad still up, but don't count out 963. This is clearly the best team performance, I would argue, in the Super Weekend.
They have had the best performance for them, rightly so, all Super Weekend here, but they have to survive. Dar cannot find a surprise knock, and it's still all 4 KONQUEROR members alive. The trio of 963 pushing further forward, but the zone goes away from everyone. 963 diving in onto the zone, but trying to steal this away from KONQUEROR, who are actually further away, but they need to go uphill. And keep in mind, all the while, there is a sneaky Falcons player on the back end, and he found Zuxi. Oh, disaster though for 963 is it down to 2.
Snakes and Sanhok, baby. Let's go.
KONQUEROR, they do move forward. They snake their way in, Imperium. But they have to be so slow. They have to be slow, but careful, because as you say, Papa Blue is on its road further forward, and it's on its road to take them down, but I don't think it needs to be a concern, because 963, they're dropping like flies to the hands of KONQUEROR. Another one drops, and now only to the solo, 2 of them to be exact, and Falcon might just snatch away here second place, as Nosa, he's trying his best, but he's down, he's dead, and Falcon's second position for them, never alone takes out all day. He even finds one, but he can't find a confirm on the kill. But he still, the work was done. Massive props there to Falcons to clutch up that match.
Good stuff from KONQUEROR's Iraq. Really well played towards the end. Yeah, okay, they didn't have to do too much in the early parts of the game, being on the northern side of the circle. But still, when it came down to the spread, when it came down to the control, having that one person a little bit further forward, KAMIKAZE, it was just great anchor point playing. The rest of the team were spread out. It was crazy of a Sanhok game overall. And I think 963 really impressed me as well. I'm so happy to see 963 in second place, 16 points in total. A well-deserved result.
Beautiful result there, through, and they needed those points. So because Imperium, they were falling down on that leaderboard, and you want to see them on top.
Yeah.
The Conqueror, a massive game for them. You cannot deny that Conqueror also stepping up on that leaderboard, I think, fairly quietly. They were in 6th position earlier today. I'm curious to see where they have landed now with such a massive win for themselves. 27 points in total, specifically because teams like Rico, Infinity Esports, Twisted Minds, those were either slightly behind Conqueror or ahead of Conqueror. They've now all fallen down below them.
This also, points-wise distribution, isn't really as much of a Sanhok level of kind of result that we normally see. It's rare you have 11 points between first and second in a Sanhok result and moving down on towards the second page. NASR Esports, 3 points, I think could have done better. It hurt them that they lost a player early on and they gave that kind of hillside control over to 963 because they had themselves too heavily spread out. I'm not going to hold that heavily against them because it was phase 2 and sometimes that can happen. I just hope they do a bit of VOD review and recognize that, hey, a bit of a change up could be a bit of a difference maker in future games, but it's no real oh my God, you did so bad, Nasser.
To be fair, not so bad at all either, though. And brilliant work that they are doing here is that phone right below. The Oppo Reno 6 series with upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. Imperium, just as good as those phones, though. I think you also have to mention the results, not only coming through from 963, I think from also, you have to mention here Falcons. We mentioned that they were able to clutch out the second place.
Yeah.
They needed those points, though, to be fair, considering the Falcons. Otherwise, they were having a horrible game so far in Sanhok up to that point that they solo clutched it.
Yeah, true. It was a good save from Falcons, from Never Alone as a solo. So we give him personal props, but Falcons as a team, look, it's points they needed. Yeah. That's it. It remains to be seen if they continue. It was better for YaLLa, but they missed the mark, unfortunately. Coming into this game, I think they were, coming into this game, they were down in 15th. Really unusual considering their team that they've won the Global Esports Tour last year. They had great success. They nearly made it in the PMGC, for example. It was a good result and it was more proactive as a team from YaLLa in that game, but they need to do more, all things considered. It's just that kind of hit and miss from a few of these teams, and it's that volatility that will come out over a short period of time, but over a longer period of time. I just want to see teams continue to step up. KAMIKAZE, I think, is a really good example of improving their consistency and continuing to be up there.
Yeah, I think Dallas definitely clutching up that. I believe it was a 5th or a 4th place position by the end of that game there. Imperium was huge for them equally to get those extra 2 kills. Those every point matters, as you said, to be able to get a good lead in that first week. And now I think the KAMIKAZE, because they are solidifying such a lead as one of these newer teams, they don't have to worry as much as we said at the start of the day coming into that third week in the future, because they are doing the work already. Yet to be seen. There's still 6 games to go if they can keep up that consistency, because we still have a third of our games realistically from the Super Weekend left. But they are doing fantastically so far as we jump into the best Oppo moments.
Yeah, this is the early fight between YaLLa and, oh my God, I think it was K12, where they ended up coming out on top, and then NASR initially taking a bit of a fight on towards the members of 963. They just couldn't hold on. Then Prestige coming in to play from Rico Infinity. On a side note, that was Conqueror Rack's first chicken dinner in the Super Weekend. That's $1,000 in their back pocket.
Oh yeah, for sure. They'd be betting that money inside of their back pockets. And I think also when you look towards the potential teams that could be getting that money in this game, I thought almost you thought YaLLa were going to do good, but I actually thought Stalwart were going to do good in this game too. I felt like their position in this early stage of the match was phenomenal to hold down this Quarry side, but they just were so stagnant in the way in which they let everyone around them completely overtake the position. And I think I want to see more from some of these other teams, like we say from Stalwart, to be able to hold the position, because holding positions inside of his compounds heading into the later parts of the game is something I mentioned earlier in Erangel, and we can see it here again, where teams aren't able or capable to actually survive when they have these strong positions under their belt. And I want to see that improved at least a little bit in our last game that we have today.
Specifically with Stalwart, I don't think they did a bad job in the previous game of holding down their area. They were beaten to the punch on top of that North Quarry Hill by Rad, who had the vehicles. I highlighted that during the game. But I still think they then reacted to that in a pretty good way of holding down the lower part of Quarry and swinging in to then eventually take a couple of shots on towards Rad. We are seeing that a few of these teams overall need to be a bit more aggressive, but I don't think Stalwart are the worst at holding and controlling their position, and they will be able to build upon it in a much cleaner way.
But we got the opportunity to do so alongside all the rest of our teams. But before we head into the game 5, we're going to take a quick break. We'll see you there at the end of today.
Every time landing in
back, Imperium! Welcome, everyone, to, of course, PMPL Spring Split of Arabia 2022. We have got one more game to go of the second day of the first Super Weekend here. And I think, yes, we talked about surprises, but we also have to acknowledge that, yes, we've seen surprises, but some phenomenal performances out of some unexpected characters when it comes to these squads. Imperium KONQUEROR, for example, just taking that last win.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is what we always love about the start of the esports year for PUBG Mobile. It's that kind of like foundation. It's the building block for teams to really, and players to make a name for themselves and to, you know, go from one step to the next. We saw teams back last year when we had the PMCO structure, start off at the PMCO, make it into the PMPL, make it into the regionals, then make it into PMGC, right? So this is what we love about the esports structure in the PUBG Mobile year. And yeah, okay, it's a little bit different, but at the end of the day, the platform is there for the likes of KONQUEROR, for the likes of 963, for the likes of YaLLa, who aren't necessarily performing the best, to still make their mark, to step things up and create a story for themselves, create a legacy for themselves.
But still, when you look at those baselines, to jump in onto the PMPL has been a big step for these teams. And it's great, I think, also to say that we've seen some surprises from those newer teams once more to be able to make that massive leap on against the favorites. It's the final match here to decide our second day of games, down from the north end to the south of Ferry Pier in Primorsk. And a comfortable playing path, we can say, but not so much for some of these squads who do like the Mills from Milta Powers or the Novos of Erangel.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at Twisted Minds, looking at K12, how easy they're going to find it to drop grab vehicles. Even to an extent, KONQUEROR. I know they drop towards Ferry Pier, but they have at times spread out a little bit towards that kind of coastline of the mainland. Rico Infinity, they're not changing their drop spot in Severny anytime soon. Apologies, I say K12, but I think it's actually another team that like to go towards Milda. K12 going to be up and towards that North George area. YaLLa Esports in that South George. Bingo! Stalwart UAE. Good job, Imperium. Nice on mixing up teams and their drop spots. You're a great caster. God damn it, man. Sorry about that.
We try our best. We put you know, little beautiful golden star sticker that says you tried, and I think that's all we can do. Okay, look, the zone is gone over close enough to Milta Power, and it's not playing kind for its final game though, Imperium, because that playing path, it does not match Fair's zone for phase number 1. And the better thing about that is we got a little bit of love going towards that South Island. I'll be curious to see if teams like Revolution already and 1million will utilize this now, the bridges of the South Island, to rotate their way onto the zone rather than going through the main portion.
That's a fair point. They could certainly look to do that. One thing that is natural that I'm looking out for as well is to see the teams that are outside of the circle on that western side. 1million, KONQUEROR, Dunak, YaLLa, K12, how aware they're going to be at the fact that the playing path was on the west and the phase 1 is on the east. Therefore, there's automatically going to be a little bit bigger of a cluster of teams on that western edge of the circle.
Still, we're going to have a little bit of an action happening, though, in now amongst the apartments. There's RTG, there's a rogue in Vito here. NASR, it's not so free this time around, but I don't think they've spotted him just yet. And I am worried sick, quite frankly, for RTG, because the solo player in amongst this location is not where I assume he wanted to drop. And if he did, I hope he has a very good excuse for his death wish.
The only thing I can think of is he thought it was safer to drop in one of the apartment buildings because NASR normally go 2-2 split between school and apartments. However, one thing that I love about what NASR did, and it makes sense, I believe the reason why they dropped all 4 departments is because of that Western playing path. So technically, there would have been a higher chance of 1 to 2 extra players looking to possibly be around that area. So it means that the percentage of losing a player is much less when you drop all together like NASR did. So great reaction by NASR overall.
He's got the shotgun though. Vito, he's waiting. He ain't moving. He's got his little Godzilla pet as well beside him. Trust me, that dinosaur's probably more scared than I am, though. Is Vito.
No
he is holding
way.
off. Maybe he doesn't get noticed. I mean, he's even got there the petrol to explode if need be. He's got everything. And that's how they don't see him.
Jesus.
They don't see him. Then maybe he gets alive. He gets out of this one, but he can't move. And this is gonna, regardless if he gets away or dies, Imperium, gonna hinder him on his looting phase because he has not looted, and then NASR have stolen everything away in this apartment section too.
It just doesn't hurt him overall. It hurts his whole team. I was talking to Tay about this when players are kind of slowed down individually, like Vito is. The whole team has to technically readjust how they maneuver, how they play around. They can kind of leave him there, which I wouldn't mind because the situation Vito has gone into. However, if they are going to try and keep themselves up as a full squad, it does change up and slow down how the whole of the rest of the RTG team play into this phase 1. J9 starting to move away from Yasnaya from their side. The other 2 players continuing to loot up towards the Watertown area, but they're now getting into vehicles. They might be looking to push in and support Vito inside the apartment buildings.
It'd be brave, though, to try to surround NASR in their own comfort of apartments, but they will go anyways and dive on in to save Vito on his lonesome. But as you said, it is very early. I imagine the loot isn't as perfect as they would have liked. And unfortunately for Vito, I think he might have been spotted as he begins to move, and now he looks for the assassination onto one. Shotgun in the face and bangs him down with a second. He's found already 1-for-1 trade even if he falls, but can he get a second reload straight back on? But where's the rest of his team? Still there. Maybe he should be walking upstairs trying to buy some time. No, dips outside as Hassan sprays him down. It will be able to punish him. But now the rest of RTG, they're here. Can they survive? No. They'll double drop. It is disaster for them as they all die to the hands of NASR.
Oh boy. That shouldn't have happened overall. Great job by Vito initially getting the surprise shotgun blast onto Miracle. But the fact that he moved out of the building with just a shotgun, you're dead right. You called it. He should have gone upstairs. Would have been able to continue to slow down the rest of NASR, even with just the footsteps alone, while the rest of the team pushed in. Seems like it was maybe a bit of a little bit of an uncoordinated attack by the rest of RTG. I get that because they didn't have all the information, but at the end of the day, they were still 3v4 in their favor. The fact that they lost that, it's a bit of a feels bad, man.
Yeah, I definitely think that if Vito goes upstairs, draws a couple more in, maybe he even gets another one. Even if he goes down, he can try to punish him. The knock maybe be enough, but I think it's rightly, as you mentioned, the miscoordination is exactly the problem. Vito may be thinking that his team was slightly closer together than what he actually thought they were. Is unfortunately, they do pay the price for it, though. Twisted Minds looking for a massive flank round here onto Conqueror, as you can see all of them trying to drive on in for potentially the rotation further. But they can't find it in Conqueror. They do survive.
I don't get Twisted Minds spread. They're trying to take too much at once. I get it in phase 1 in a general spread, but it seems like they're trying to bridge Camp Revolution while also trying to hold back Conqueror. And realistically, you can't do the 2 things at once. There's going to be a compromise. There's going to be a shutdown. There's going to be a pick-off. You focus on one, kind of smaller area of the circle when you're Twisted Minds. If they were going to go for a bridge camp, it should have been like a 3-1 bridge camp. If you're going to go for a Conqueror's kind of hold, it should have been a 3-1 from Conqueror's hold. But it wasn't the case, and they haven't really benefited from it.
Yeah, and when you look to the playing path as well, the bridge camp, slightly better option because, of course, you have all of these teams coming from the western side who will take each other out. It's more of the south side here in Imperium that is a problem. Teams that you know, like Revolution, who are going to be crossing further in onto that more easterly side zone. Nigma find a revive, and they will be able to survive a game for both of them. But the third phase is a wild one here. It's gone back to everyone, still including some of that South Island, though, and keeping the question mark in, I think, everyone's minds.
Third phase? I thought it was the second phase.
Oh, second phase. I'm ahead of myself. I'm getting excited.
No, it's fine.
I'm getting too excited.
It's more, I was actually genuinely asking you. Wasn't that like, I'm presuming it's the second phase? Because it could easily be the third. But yeah, it's a good shift. Kind of centralizes it a bit. The fact that, of course, that it includes the military island means that there's way less landmass available. I like the initial rotation from Nigma Galaxy to go onto the mainland coastal line. They clearly made a bit of a mistake by going a bit too deep and suffering a knock. Luckily, getting revived will keep them up as a full squad. They can't take that for granted in the rest of this game and, of course, in the future. But either way, good position from Nigma Galaxy.
A lot of clustering that were happening here in Imperium around Nigma. You can see just above them, you likes of Conqueror. You've got Twisted Minds now also joining up here with Revolution too. And my curiosity is who is going to fire down first, because with all of this clustering in the center of the zone, we've seen the chaos that comes out of this before, where teams don't drop at all for a while, and then suddenly everyone starts to die.
Jesus, that was a dark way to end that sentence. I'm here for it, but definitely, so everyone starts to die. God, man.
Quote me later.
Jesus, I hope you. I know if you try and write a film script, I know what kind of genre it's going to be. It's going to be a horror. I know that much. But K12 swinging around on that northwestern edge of the circle, looking to enter on towards that Potato Hill region. But I really like this by YaLLa. They know that you can't really control the whole of Potato Hill, so they're focusing on the northwestern side. Why? Because one, they came from the western side of the map, and two, they know with that western playing path, a few teams are going to be heading in that direction. It gives them the ability to not only slow them down, but manipulate the traffic, get a few eliminations, and stop them getting put under pressure from behind in Phase 3, Phase 4. So good stuff, YaLLa.
I'm actually really curious about also your idea, right? 1 million here, down on the south end. Is that a good rotation, or is it too late now, Imperium, as well?
It's definitely not too late. It's not a good rotation, but it's not a bad rotation. It makes sense for a team that are trying to stay out of sight, out of mind, play a more heavy passive game. The Phase 2 didn't help them in this journey in towards the military island. Hopefully, Phase 3 will allow a bridge to be a little bit more heavily in play to cross over. But either way, to directly answer your question, yeah, it's an okay situation that they're in.
All matters on this third phase is we are about to see whether 1 million have made the right call, put their money in the right bag. Well, for a slight sliver, they may have put a few coins in the bag, because that's only the beachfront we're going to have left, but it has gone down towards coastal line, and we are going to see, I think, a similar phase shifts that we saw in that third game, actually, here in PM, where a lot of the positions around these buildings, around these structures, that's where the fighting is going to be at, and about carefully navigating as these teams, especially coming in now after this zone shift from particularly that west, that northern side. How are they going to handle those? Are they going to dive in like Dunak, or are they going to instead go further back?
Yeah. 1 million. One, they should be going over the western bridge, just saying. Two, what they could actually do is keep one player on the beach line of the military island and try and pick up a couple of eliminations on teams across the water. You can just about see across the water if you have a good enough scope. But instead, you're going for the push. It's a little bit blind on the eastern side, but they do make it onto the right side of the mainland. Rad, they're not really set up to defend it. So 1Million might be able to get away with this. Not the cleanest, but again, they might be able to get away with it.
I'm pleasantly surprised they did get away with it. I thought Rad being there, surely no way 1Million get across that bridge so easy. But because they're now in that underhill of the bridge side on that right end, as you say, they have that protection against the main form of Rad in terms of the majority of their players. There's only really one solo player of Rad that can stop them unless they decide to instead go further forward in onto them. Instead, it's actually 1Million driving straight past Rad, going for those pushes on in, and will look to find a knocks. They find 1-for-1, but it's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of 1Million. Actually, Rad completely have given up the position.
Well, Rad weren't even really in a position to fight, right? They were too heavily split. They weren't really kind of set up in the right way. 1Million took advantage of that. Job done. Well done, 1Million. It seems like they had focus. They knew what they wanted to do, and they executed it. Twisted Minds have a 3-1 split, which is great. Rico Infinity have a 2-2 split, which is absolutely perfect. I love 963's 3-1 as well. I think it makes complete sense. And Falcon, up on that northeastern hillside, have a bit of a kind of a 2-1-1 split. And it's great. Now, Wadia is going quite deep, which I'm not a massive fan of, especially so late into kind of phase 3 in the blue zone closing in. But I get the premise. I get the idea. It's about getting information. It's about getting a bit of clarity. So when the next circle shifts, and
well,
my God,
it shifted.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done with this. Okay, I'm done with this. This is, you wanted death, you're gonna see death.
I think my statement has never been truer here, Imperium, quite frankly, in this game. I mean, is that, shall we calculate it? Probably exactly 64.762% water zone here in phase number 4.
Exactly.
Feels like it's already phase 8. Imperium. I mean, call me the mathematician, but I expect a lot of these players to already start to drop. And you can see Dunak being the first of them to start to fall. And already Kamikaze diving on in for the only flat position inside of this zone. It's all go for these teams. And don't stop, because if you miss your opportunity, you do not get in onto this zone.
I'll tell you what I would do if I was 1Million. I'd drive back over the military island and just swing into the water. That would be the name of the play in my eyes, because there ain't no chance in hell you're controlling any part of this circle outside of Revolution, kind of 963, and probably Stalwart UAE. Credit to the members of Kamikaze, should I say. They've been able to hold things down quite nicely. KONQUEROR Iraq also doing the same thing, but it's far from over.
Ooh, a beautiful shot there from 963. A loop, finding the extra perk down onto Stalwart. Rico Infinity on the edge of the zone in their own firefight versus KONQUEROR. Groza missing out a nade, but I think they've got bigger threats behind them. You can see the other members here of KONQUEROR starting to sneak up. They strike down SK Ton, but they did lose one in the process for it. Raver also trying to find an extra bullet, and Ida going down on the outside. A very split Rico Infinity, but it doesn't matter because Prestige is here to be able to clean up.
Yeah, good play by Rico Infinity. They overall take out members of KONQUEROR Iraq. Nigma Galaxy, they've done the right thing. They've waited and waited and waited on that western side. They've allowed all the craziness to go down, and now they can trickle into the western edge of the circle as a full squad. More importantly, Twisted Minds on that northern side. YaLLa now going for a full send off the back of Powerful, creating even a tiny anchor point inside this circle. They're going to be able to hold back Falcon.
Kamikaze, excellent control though for now. Have been able to hold on somehow into this position in the zone. Can see already the fishes have started to swim. Dunak, and also now Nigma Galaxy. Both moving in onto the water, trying to survive, have the second plan there. My curiosity, though, is where is this zone going to shift next, Imperium? Because as much as the fight is happening already, you can see, yes, KAMIKAZE losing one, maybe two here to the hands of Nigma. How bad is it going to get now?
Let's go down south. Screw it. Let's continue down south.
We started our
okay.
path.
Okay, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. It does take away the majority of the water, but Revolution's compound, that's the focus. Are they going to be able to hold it down?
Do you know what's funny, though? If it went down to that slight sliver you see on the South Island, if it went to there.
That's why I said it.
Like, imagine the escapade that these players had to pull off to try to get to there. Unfortunately, our dreams aren't fulfilled, though, in this final game, but they still are somewhat. It's unfortunately, though, he's going to say goodnight. Nigma Galaxy losing out another, as Ralph will be sweetened of dreams, sweet dreams, over to the next life. Nigma Galaxy further forward, now all twisted minds pulling themselves further in onto the fight, and none of these teams really willing to step too far forward into that next phase, Imperium, because they know that as soon as they make that move, there's all of these players ahead of them looking to shoot them down.
That's why I really suggested about teams just going into the water. Props to Dunak, K12, and last player NASR Esports. It's not the prettiest way to get a good result, but like I say, time and time again, you do what you need to do. Twisted Minds are doing what they need to do. They're crashing in on towards the side of the compound held by Revolution.
And Revolution, for all day long here, Imperium, were looking to try survive. And, well, that was a beautiful shot, yes, from Rico Infinity. But my also concern here is Revolution, can you hold this compound? It seems to be the case for now. They silenced down their edge of Twisted Minds, but here comes the next visitor in line, and it's YaLLa Esports.
YaLLa Esports, they're down to, I believe, 2, if I'm not mistaken. Bold brass, you gotta have the cojones. Can they come out on top? Twisted Minds, Rokus on a little bit of health. Vigor looking vigorously for the members of Revolution. Can Revolution create a revolution in the final game of the day?
Still, Twisted Minds have got 2 actually up here. I thought they would be further down, but they are finding themselves some way to survive in, albeit beside the rest of Revolution. YaLLa still not willing to move, but you also have now all of those fishies beginning to surface on the beach to the south. 1 million, some of those fishies.
I don't mind Revolution at least having a player knocked. I think it kind of makes sense. Are they being too passive? I kind of don't know. It's very hard to control all of these buildings in this compound. The next circle once again centers over to the compound. Stalwart UAE 963, are they going to join in on the fun?
They have to, and they're the ones with the numbers. I think both of them trying to see how many will die here in Imperium and then use that for members to clean up at the final stage. Both of them, though, I don't think they've realized that they are beside each other. Either that or they are firm handshaking to make sure that they don't fight against each other going in onto this phase 6. One of them's got to go, and one of them's got to give. Well, Revolution, that's a beautiful shot to make them give all right, and they will fall to the knees of here 963. A little bit of jiggling, but we do get the vehicles out, and now they go. But already the other half is there, and unfortunately Zuxi pays the price for it. They lose 2, and oh, did it go wrong for 963? 3 down, the final one alive. No, so barely dodges out one, but can't dodge out the other, and it's a practically 1v4 here coming through from Smoke to silence them all down. Stalwart up next, though, will not stop. They use the opportunity, but they lose one in the process, but they have gotten inside, and Revolution pulled further back.
Using the wall is good, but it holds a hell of a lot of risks. That's why Stalwart UAE has scaled back just a tiny bit onto that water tower pillar sidelines. It's less at risk of Revolution. Dunak on the coastal line, able to keep one person alive for the time being. YaLLa, they've waited, they've stayed out of trouble inside this compound, the western side. It could be their chicken dinner with 9 eliminations.
9 is huge. YaLLa needed a huge game here, Imperium. But there's still so many of these other players alive. Still a full squad, 2 of them. In fact, here in Revolution still. And it might be only one. Here is Abood. Burning down. Nade bounces back off, but too far cooked to be able to bounce back into Stalwart's duo. Abood will fall. Easy, another knock. Maybe a third here. Yes, they find it in Revolution. You talked about YaLLa's 9 kills, but I see all of the kills going here to the Peach team of Revolution. And oh boy, are they holding a fantastic defense.
I don't get why Stalwart made the exact same mistake as 963. They're still alive. Revolution. Hell of a lot of eliminations. 6 and counting as we're in our final 6 teams.
But can they get even more? Stalwart, they have survived. They've been able to brave themselves off of Revolution enough. Inside of the workshop shed they go. In Revolution, they're searching for them. They know they want them. And they find those extra 2 kills. So, and I think they won't be able to find them. The revive comes out. Now they step back outside. You can hear the footsteps moving. Nate accidentally cooked there. Should I say smoke? Oh no, it wasn't Nate. I thought it was a smoke, but oh, it's all gone wrong here for Revolution. It is Nate themselves. Mexico, he sees the opportunity easy. Goes out too quick, and it's actually 1Million who are sniping him off, but 1-for-1 trades. Oh, Revolution, what have you done to your teammates?
They're still alive, man. They're knocked, but not out. A help for 1Million cleans Stalwart UAE up. The dust has settled and we're into our final 14s, Highland Wolf. YaLLa, the northwestern building. Twisted Minds on the southwestern building. Revolution on the northeastern building. 1Million on the southeastern building.
Revolution. Still 4 players alive. They found their next target though. And they, like Terminators, will search and hunt them down relentlessly. YaLLa, 2, make it 1 is hoping, instantly dropped. And Sanji, the only one alive. Another one, Twisted Minds, denied as he tried to go in onto the fight. But YaLLa, they will be the next ones to fall. And it's 10 for Revolution as they don't look to stop dancing on the bodies of YaLLa Esports.
Fact that they didn't lose a player in that interaction is pretty damn impressive.
Revolution, though Imperium V have still 2 more teams to clean up. 2 of each. Twisted Mind seem to be the next target as QHT scouts them out, waits for the movement, listens out with the all listening ears to see if they do make those moves inside of the building. Is Vigos will send out a Ra, trying to make the big war cry for Twisted Minds, but I don't think it's going to work too well for them here as they are inside the attic and they have nowhere to go.
Revolution know where Twisted Minds are from the previous situation in the circle where they lost a player.
But that nade was big from 1Million here, Imperium and Revolution. They might just be saying adios in the final game here of Erangel because they just got silenced and got third-partied by 1Million. QHT for making a revive happen. Soon after they heal, over the wall he'll jump, bring back the 3rd member, but Revolution, they had to slow down the pace of the fight that they were all too eager to go in onto.
Great opportunistic play from 1Million. Can they close it out? Can they find the right time to strike and grab a chicken dinner?
1Million. They are closing in. They are striking here, Imperium. But I don't think that they'll go just yet. They want the patience to wait, to hold while Twisted Mind's still alive, possibly trying to scout out where the next may be. Revolution Alahaya
God.
moves from her back and no one is moving. The phase 9 almost here is still 3 teams alive. 1 million esports, albeit they are moving closer. And Alahai, he's taking the
Beautiful.
rooftop, but they both did it at the same time. And Lizzie finds one, Figos takes out the other, Revolution are down, and it's a resurgence of Twisted Minds and 1 million. Down to the 2v1, but they completely surrounded here Vigors, and there is no real way that he should be able to survive. Throws out the molly, tries to jump down, goes in for another look. But Vigors, I don't think he's wanting to fight. I think he's just smoked up. I think he knows his fate. He's going to go for the Hail Mary play, jumps out of the window, tries to find something, but he can't find anything. It's 1 million esports. They had Erangel under 12 kills in game number 1, but they did one better in game 5 Imperium. They got the chicken dinner in this one.
Hey, fully deserved. Revolution did all the hard work in that compound, and I feel bad for Revolution that they didn't get the chicken dinner, but 1 million cleaned it up and said, okay, thank you. We'll take it from here, boys. Boom. Great third-party play. The opportunity came through. I think maybe there was some slightly not narrow-minded smokes, but just slightly narrow-minded play from Revolution to try and cross that way to get into the compound that Twisted Minds were in. They also should have known that 1 million was in that building because 1 million helped them third-party Stalwart UAE earlier on.
Yes.
But in the end, it was a great effort, great win by 1 million, and what a way to end day 2 of the Super Weekend.
What a game that went on to be. We went all the way to phase 9. Yes, it barely reached there, but we got there by the end of it. And as we take a look at those match rankings, see exactly where 1 million esports ended up, 24 points to their name. But Revolution, and I think even to an extent here, YaLLa, with the amount of kills that they were garnering up to the point that they died, all fantastic work from our top 3.
Yeah, top 3, well, actually, I suppose 1 million 9 eliminations, but I low-key want to say top 3 double eliminations. It's one shy, so I'll kind of give them the pass in that regard. And you asked that question on phase 2 about 1 million's kind of play on Military Island. No, nobody expected their circle shifts we got, especially I think it was like phase 4 or phase 5 when it like had 64% water in play. But the fact that 1 million moved the way they moved, I think they did a great job of taking advantage of Rad's mistake. They did a great job of pushing in and using that coastal line to their advantage. Cleaned up the players that came through the water, and then they pushed in onto that compound in the end. It was great to say Dunak ending the day, at least in the top half, with 7 points, and Twisted Minds getting another high-digit result.
And I think especially Dunak and YaLLa here, Imperium really needed those points overall compared to the rest of these teams. And that is going to help them, but we have to make sure that we can continue that gain through onto tomorrow's matches. As we look at, of course, our final 8 teams from that match. Really, I think it has been a disappointing day from 963 for the most part. And then Nigma particularly, I'm always curious to where Nigma fell off to. I mean, yes, you talked about Nova in 16th position and then winning, of course, PMGC, but this isn't the PMGC. This is Nigma really struggling somewhat when it comes to even trying to get any points at all.
Yeah, of course. The more they continue with a bit of a struggle, the more I'm going to wonder what's going wrong. But until that kind of gets to that point, I'm going to have trust in the process of what Nigma are doing so far in the PMPL. Plus, it allows us to, I suppose, kind of focus a little bit more on the teams that are doing well. It allows them to have a light shine a little bit more brightly on what other teams around them are doing. It was a tough game for the teams up north. It was really tough for how they were able to move in. So even bigger props for the likes of YaLLa and even bigger props for the likes of Twisted Minds, because they are 2 teams that came from the northern side and they had to push in, and by God, they made it work in the end.
by God, they did make it work. I think we have to obviously not only mention the great work from those teams, but to be fair, also our beautiful sponsor here, the finally Oppo Reno 6 series. And of course, upgraded performance and upgraded fun with the brand. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. Imperium, I think, to be fair, we've got to hold it through to, yes, what understanding is going to be in day 2, but I'm going to be a little bit annoying, like all those game show hosts. We're going to go to a break and we'll see you with the results after. Look, I know I had to, Imperium, say that the game show host style where we leave it for a break before we get to the results. I know how angry you and everyone else at home are, but we're finally here after the break for, of course, the final part of today's PMPL Arabia Spring Split 2022. And now we're going to have a look just shortly at those overall standings, as it will be no surprise, I think, Rico Infinity Esports on top.
Yeah, Rico Infinity, 3 chicken dinners, 136 points. A really healthy balance between placements and eliminations as well. You can't argue with how they've been performing across the board. KAMIKAZE, I do think, is a surprise second. Really big props to them. 108, their consistency has been really flowing, and Twisted Minds, they do need to... The one mistake that Twisted Minds are consistently making is losing a player early on. That is massively hurting their ability to play into the late game in a more controlling manner. It's quite obvious they're not afraid to get elimination points, of course, 51. But if they have that fourth player up in towards kind of phase 4, phase 5, it will afford them to not only get more eliminations, but of course, get more placement points. Either way, third, it's a hell of a start for them.
I think also a hell of a start, quite frankly, for some of these other squads in our top 8. I mean, Revolution, 1million being two of these kind of upsurging teams, for sure, that are inside of his top 8. Even to Stalwart, to an extent, there has been a lot of surprise, I think, in these 4 new teams we can say that we've mentioned so far in the top 8 that we haven't seen in the PMPL Arabia before really stepping up in this first week. And yes, you can say, well, there's 2 more weeks to go. We still got tomorrow to go too. But the cushion that these teams have already bought themselves, being with these 80 plus points that they've all got, is going to be a massive help to them, regardless of what happens now in the future.
What a massive glow up from 1 Million Esports. They came into today's games on 15 points in 14th. That means they've gotten themselves across 5 games, 69 points. Nice. But what a big glow up from 1 million. Mad props to them. The fact that they've got the amount of elimination points that they've gotten means that they've clearly found a lot more hunger. They found a lot more aggression. And just can't really argue with the growth from 1 million. They've knocked a lot of teams off their perch.
Yeah, for sure. 1 million definitely stepping up strong. We've got to head, of course, through to, unfortunately, the other end of that spectrum. And fortunately, we do see Dunak down at the bottom of that leaderboard. I'm curious, though, to see actually Nigma Galaxy down here at the bottom. We still have, of course, one more day, but to see, even to an extent, how put Falcons in on that 14th position, Imperium. 3 of those teams that I didn't think would be performing so poorly.
Yeah. It's been a better day from YaLLa, 59 ending in a pretty positive note, considering they came into this day with 20 points. So it's been a healthy sort of in terms of across the 5 games. They do need to, of course, still do more. It becomes a little bit of squeaky bum time for Dunak, Falcons, 963, and RTG. I suppose I technically should include YaLLa, but I'm not going to for reasons I'm about to mention. Because if I look at next Super Weekend or next league stage and the 3rd league stage, as of right now, I have less trust in RTG, 963, Falcons, and Dunak to qualify for that Super Weekend. So with 5 more games of this first Super Weekend to go, like I said, it's super important that they look to grab as many points as they can, blow that cushion up, make it just a little bit more comfortable for themselves.
Yeah, I think that YaLLa definitely one of those squads that can, with the few games and with the few results that they can get clearly with the big ones, that they can get themselves in, of course, that second Super Weekend. I just think that it's the volatility of these bottom 8 teams that is why they are there, Imperium. Yes, YaLLa can have these great results.
Yeah.
Yes, Rad can have these great results. But because they're not being as consistent as KAMIKAZE or 1 million in today's games to Rico Infinity all the way at the top, that's why they are so far down.
Yeah, and that plays into continuation of a point that I'm trying to bring aboard with regards to the global stage. When I talk about, let's say, how teams put themselves positionally inside the game, when I talk about consistency, the reason why I highlight things like that is because in a global stage, I noticed it with the PMGC. It's quite hard to be consistent in PMGC. Genuinely, it was quite hard for the teams to be consistent because of how good the standard of those lobbies were. So if you're struggling to find consistency in PMPL Arabia, not that it's bad, but if you are, how can you expect to not only qualify for it, but find it in the PMGC lobby? So that's why I'm just being a little bit harder on really kind of, hey, look at that bigger picture. Look at what you need to do to fit in at the global level. Yeah, okay, step by step, you're not there yet. But simple things such as consistency, simple things such as stronger positions, simple things such as more aggression, those things need to be improved on to even get to the global stage.
But they've still got one more day, though, so don't panic just yet. We've still got one more day of the Super Weekend and 5 more matches to get a points. But if you want to know where you can find that, and of course, all the rest of the action of PUBG Mobile here, you can find us on all of our social medias below and join in on the conversation using, of course, the hashtag PMPL across YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or TikTok as well. Imperium, I know, to be fair, we mentioned it before, but I've got to mention it for your sake as well. If you want to be able to focus on that beautiful looking stuff down below, okay? We've got also our own Twitter. We've got to plug it. It's sometime. It's down there. Highland Wolf _, for myself, and of course, EBT _Imperium for your beautiful self as well.
Yeah, today was good. The first 2 days have been pretty good, and I hope coming into day number 3 we start to see a bit of we continue to see a bit of improvement from the likes of YaLLa, Dunak. I really want to get behind them. Come on, Dunak, and obviously the teams we highlighted. There's nothing more to really say about it. The teams, show us what you've got.
The rise is what we're looking for here in day 3. But for all of that, you can see us at the same time, same place tomorrow. Myself and Zute, I believe, for all of the action. We'll see you there.